What up? Doesn't it feel great to be bang on time, chat? This doesn't look right. Let's fix this. Oh, that looks worse. Yeah, that looks better. I'm bang on time! How's it going, peeps? Where is Steve? Actually, I don't know. Yes, Paul, I am here. My stream started before 8 o'clock. Chili said he's going to try and be here for 9 o'clock. He's got a tournament that he's actually in. He is in a tournament for Marvel Rivals. Might actually show it in the background if we're allowed to. Let me just quickly message the Chimichanga. So how are we doing? How is everyone? I've had better days. I've probably had the most slacking day of all time. Can't really say why, just in case someone is in here that shouldn't be in here. You know the drill. But it has been a very interesting day for me. How about you guys? $14 mobile? Byron, I will try it. I'm not going to main it, but I'm going to check it out. From what I've seen, it actually looks really good. What's even crazier is the fact that it probably requires like a crazy mobile because it actually looks and plays really well. But good lord, is the microtransactions in there like massively crazy. It's kind of weird because they've got things in there that the official people have been asking for from the official game for so long, but the mobile version has it, but has monetized it out the anal hole. Is crazy. Let me see. Oh no. Of all the times you come now? Come on, Bug. Fly that way. Fly to freedom. I'm giving you your own Braveheart moment. You see, chat? I'm good like that. Hey, Remy. Welcome to the channel. Long time no see. Yeah, my kid finally went back to started his first day in his primary school today. His new one that he's attending for 3 weeks and then leaving again because reasons. Yes, reasons. It's a thing. I know, but they keep coming back. I swear these bugs think it's like the Hunger Games or something. I don't get it. But yeah, I'm gonna check it out. But I don't see myself. I know it's only up to the Realm Reborn, so it's not. You can't cross-play with the actual desktop game, which is a little kind of meh. But at the same time, I assume there's going to be content on there that is mobile friendly, because I just can't see how you're going to do some of the more difficult content on mobile. I just don't see it. JH already have it. I just haven't actually played it yet. Capcom have an event today? It's in 2 hours. Not if I'm still live by that point, we'll look into it. Not sure I'm going to be live at that point, though. Does anyone know if the Capcom event is actually going to show anything? I've heard some weird things about that, Paul. But apparently now you've got Colt Eastwood saying that... Where is it? 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 Man, I am so unorganized today. It's crazy. I know I had it. This one is for Steve. That's specifically for Steve. Yeah, here we go. So... we might owe Dreamcast guy an apology this week. And I don't understand why. So I guess we can start with this one before I move into the main topic of Hellblade 2. I know some of you have seen the video. I've seen some of the comments. Some people aren't happy with my way of thinking or my thing, and that's fine. You don't have to agree with me. But why do we need to offer Dreamcast guy an apology? Ghosty, he'll just move over to Nintendo. I don't understand what's going on. Like I said, I've been very unwell today and very busy at work, so I've kind of been out of it for most of today. So what has been going on, chat? Even Brad Sam's video about Microsoft Xbox as some unsubscribing from him. Yeah, but what's going on? I mean, I don't understand what's going on. Oh, is this about the layoffs? Rabbi, I said I'm not sure because I'm not feeling great today, so I don't know if I'm going to be streaming past 11 o'clock. So we will see how I'm feeling. That's the best I can offer. So this is about the layoffs, right? Closure of many studios. Well, there's only one studio that I've heard of that might be closing. And honestly, that one is kind of deserved. And it's not that it's closing, the whole thing is going to close. It's the one behind, right? Forza Motorsport. Forza Motorsport was in development for what, 4 or 5 years, and it was a complete. It was just rubbish. It came out with features missing. It didn't look as good. In fact, they used the same assets from the previous Forza Motorsport, even though they said they built it from ground up. They had signs with the same, road signs with the same misspelling to prove that it was the same assets. They really, really screwed over the new Forza Motorsport. And, it flopped horrendously. So if the studio behind that closes, you know what? They did it to themselves. At the end of the day, that's it. So is that what this big commotion's all about? Look, if I did really bad in my job and I tanked $1 million project, I'm getting fired. Folks, that's how it works. That is the real world. Why are people upset about this? It's just not very good. The effects at night with Forza Motorsport look stunning. And that's why you saw every creator under the sun showing video when it was raining. And, the lighting, the raining, the reflections, when it is phenomenal. It looks so real. But bring daylight into it and it loses almost half of what it gained. And then you just look at what the game was offering. It was really bare bones. Forza Horizon 5, on the other hand, is phenomenal. You don't hear about them closing that one, do you? Because that one's printing money. I don't know. I've heard people say Ninja Theory are being closed down. I don't see it. Ninja Theory has just got greenlit for another game, another Hellblade, because they were really happy with what they did, and the company itself was profitable. There's no reason to close down a profitable company. The studio behind Forza Motorsport was not profitable. PS5 Blood. Horizon is an arcade game. It's not a simulation, right? In a simulation, you crash in, you go through a tree, you're gonna smash into a tree. But in an arcade game, the most arcadey game out there that I can think of is probably something like V-Rally, if any of you remember that, back from the early PlayStation 1 days, or Ridge Racer, where the car just slides from left to right with the bonnet going left and right like this. It was ridiculous, but it was so satisfying. Or you've got games like Daytona USA and Scud Race at the arcades. If any of you remember those, it's arcade, man. Anything goes in arcades. It's an arcade racer. It's not supposed to simulate real life car traveling. The August Gamescom will depend what time it starts, Rabbi. I don't know what time it's going to start. If it starts during the day when I'm working, then I won't be able to. If it starts when I finish working, then I will stream it. This isn't my full-time job. If this was my full-time job, I would be streaming everything. Right? If this was my full-time gig and I was making a living out of this, then yes, I would be streaming everything, regardless of time. But this isn't my full-time gig. I have a full-time gig, and I need that to pay my bills. So it is what it is. There's a market for sim, and then there's a market for normal races, right? And I think ultimately it just depends what type of a person you are when you're playing these games. Personally, me, I'm an arcade racer. Give me Sega's Daytona USA any day, or Sega Rally, and I am all over that. Like, literally all over that. Nothing can come in my way, right? Give me Sega Rally again. Give me a new Sega Rally, and I'll be all over that. See? I knew someone was peeping through my window last night. I guess Brothers was there with his 4K camera recording everything as I was blitzing round that corner. Not cool, dude. Not cool. But you know what? Just for you, Steve, because you decided to come in and be absolutely mean to me for no reason whatsoever. Look what they did to your weapon. You decided to borrow your weapon out, and look what they did to it. They made it so much better. They made it 10 times better. Who thinks that this version of the Lancer looks way better than the one? See, it's just so cool, right? But no, seriously, with this, look, if you do a bad job, there will be repercussions. It's that simple. And Microsoft is one of the most cutthroat companies out there. They ain't friendly. You screw up and they will punish you. It doesn't matter who you are. Right? It don't matter who you are. Nah, Steve will take the weapon any day. He has multiple uses for that weapon. Thanks, son. Oh, yeah, you did. You're still in it. You're still in it. You're still in it. Virtual On was so good! Mate, Virtual On was so badass. Sin, did you have the sticks as well for it? On the Sega Saturn? I actually had the Virtual On sticks, the twin sticks for Virtual On. That was so good. Event expected to start 8 p.m. CET, 2 p.m. EDT. What time is that? 2 p.m. Ah, it's 7 o'clock, so that should be fine. That should be fine. 2 p.m. EDT should be fine. That's fine. At least it's not starting at the normal time of like 4 o'clock. Ah, the arcades. Good stuff, man. Back when arcades used to exist, right? None of this token shit that you have today. So apparently Steam has a massive sale and it's taking everything down. But the Xbox Store finally does have all of Steam games on there that you've got installed on your platform. Let me see if I can actually show it. I actually have it now. It appeared! I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this, but I'm going to try anyway. Let's have it like that. So this is the new Xbox Store. Well, not Xbox Store, the Xbox app. It basically has just integrated everything, and honestly, it's become a mess. It's become a right mess. But hey, it's interesting, right? Where is it? Where's my Spider-Man? Wait, Spider-Man isn't even coming up. Got my Stellar Blade there. Thank you, Sony, for the review code, even though it is a bit late. It's not coming up with all the games. Oh, wait, I don't have Spider-Man installed. That's why. I don't have any Sony game installed. But yeah, that's the new layout. I think they need to add categories, and they need to do that real quickly. And you know what? Booting the games actually is so seamless as well. Like, it just goes straight into it. When I boot a Steam game up through here, it just says ready in game with the little Steam icon, and then it just boots the game. It doesn't like bring the whole Steam thing into your view or anything. It just works. So that's kind of cool, right? But they need categories. They absolutely need categories, because without the categories, it's not going to work. And you know what? It's a little dark in here. Let me fix that. Ugh. I think I'm going through some kind of withdrawal of energy drinks or something. I don't know what it is, but man, it's not good. But I haven't had any for 2 weeks. Come on, that's impressive, right? That's good. At least it feels like 2 weeks. I know. But I have my air blaster somewhere. The Hoover. It will work. How did I get off it? I just said, I think it's time to stop drinking energy drinks. And that last stream from about 10 to 12 days ago that I had, not last week, but the week before, was the last time I had an energy drink. I haven't had one since. I used to drink a lot of energy drinks. Can't get withdrawal symptoms if you never stop. I drank a lot. Like, my normal replacement drinks became energy drinks. So it was time to stop. I feel better for it, just a bit more slouchy and grouchy. But yeah, so if this is what Cole Eastwood was talking about, I need more hours in the day. Look, the thing is, Bags, right? I would actually genuinely finish more games. But between working from 9 to 6, and then I'm streaming from, well, let's just say 8 to 10, I only have 2 hours, or 8 to 11, or like last night, from 8 till 1 o'clock in the morning. I only have a couple of hours in the day to just sit down and chill out. If this was my full-time job, I'd do a lot more, but I just don't have time. So it's either stop doing what I'm doing here, which I enjoy. There has to be a sacrifice. I wish I could, but I get some hours in here and there. So basically, PS5 blows. Turn 10 released Forza Motorsport. The game was rubbish, and it didn't sell. It flopped, and it looks like they also lied about the game being built. Well, they did lie about the game being built from ground up, because they reused assets from the previous Motorsport game, and their department came up as making a loss, and Microsoft is ruthless, so there's rumors that they're going. As Tom Warren says, he's heard from sources that Turn 10 studio behind Forza Motorsport is bracing for cuts. Some managers have been briefed about the plans, and I keep hearing there will be significant layoffs. impacting Microsoft gaming. That's it. It's predicted to be around 1,000 to 2,000 staff. What's up, Rabbi? Rabbi, I said that, you know, if it's starting at 7 o'clock, it should be fine. I'll be streaming it. Look, look. A lot of people on X today were saying that I'm really insensitive when I said I don't care. Right? Now, if my buddy was working at Turn 10, then I would care. Now, not just from Turn 10, but it's around the whole organization. Apparently, the legal team is getting cuts. Some of the finance team are getting cuts. Now that the restructuring is complete with Activision, a few, you know, some more redundant jobs have appeared, so they're going to get cut. You know, it's not just the gaming side of things. It's pretty much a whole organizational part of the gaming division, apparently. So this covers, you know, the likes of ZeniMax, ABK, and Microsoft. But it's not just the gaming. Like I said, you've got the legal side, the marketing side that's being hit. You've got the finance side that's being hit. But it's kind of being hit from all sides. You want me to fly to Germany for Gamescom? If you buy me my ticket and pay for my hotel there, then sure. I can do that. But having just moved, I don't have the cash. I do want to go next year, though. Next year, I do plan on going to Gamescom. So that's something that I'm going to try and commit to next year. But I've literally just moved property and I've had nothing in here. So I've had to rebuy everything. I am brassic as there's literally broke as you can get. At this point, I'm going to start putting up wish lists so people can come along and have a look and laugh at me. The Duck of Death, it's all hearsay at the moment. There's nothing confirmed. It's all the sources are saying this, the sources are saying that. It's estimated to, I mean, they're estimating between 1,000 and 2,000. So no one actually knows the number. It could be 500. People are just throwing everything around right now because guess what it gets? Clicks! It gets clicks. And the only people that are fake raging out there and making a big deal out of this are the people exploiting this news so they can get some of that sweet, sweet blue tick money. Or that sweet, sweet YouTube money. I'm not going to even bother making a video on this because I literally don't care. If my buddy was working there, I would care for him and I wouldn't exploit him in that way. Right? But I would feel sorry that he's losing his job because I know him personally. But I don't know anyone here that's losing their job. So it sucks that they're losing their jobs. Right? It does. You know, I hope they land on their feet. But it's a part of the tech world. Where I work, we just got rid of another 10 people. That's another like 7% of our workforce. Right? We don't have that many left. I don't see anyone talking about the layoffs where I work. It's a tech company. No one gives a crap because it won't make them headline news. But Microsoft laying off people makes them headline news, so they'll write about it. That's all it is. It's just another way to monetize. It's disgusting. You know, you see all these people on X, you see all these people, publications, The Verge, all of them. They're just doing, you know, it's all money. They will repost the same story again and again and again and again, just for the clicks and the views to make money and, you know, to capitalize off their dismay. They don't care that they're losing their jobs. It's just the way the tech industry works. I'm not flying there, Remy, this year. And I know my opinion will offend some people. And if it does, whatever. I just don't care. You know, we've been talking about layoffs for how long and all this, and it ain't gonna stop. It's not gonna stop. Because I don't have money, Revy. I just moved, and I don't have money. Why don't I have money? Because I just moved. I moved to a new property that had nothing in it. It was empty. So I had to buy beds and fridges and washing machines and dishwashers. And, well, I at least had my TV. But new desks and stuff like that, new sofas. Cost a lot of money, I can tell you. No, but it's just like I see like a lot of PlayStation fans out there praying to the gods that Ninja Theory gets shut down so they can start mocking Xbox. And I'm like, how sick can you be? I mean, I get not caring is one thing, but to actually actively want it to happen, how sick can you be? I'm hoping to go there in 2026, Ravi. You'll give me £500, man. That will only just cover the extra glasses I'm gonna need just to be on the plane. What do you mean, Woodpit? That's just going to cover the expenses, so I don't go crazy on an airplane and I can just watch a movie on my glasses. I'm high maintenance, man. Also, why should we apologize to Driftcast guy when he reviews an Xbox first party game? He calls the video "Does it suck?" but any other games. Called it honest review. Yeah. Look. There's a Dreamcast guy has cornered a niche, right? No matter what the news is, he will spin it into negative and it will get him views. And he's making a living off of it. There's a couple of people that I know in the gacha world who will, you know, if it's a slow week, they will turn around and make a very negative video of a game that I'm playing currently, Tower of Fantasy, and he'll get tons of views from it. It's just the thing, right? When people don't watch it and don't react to it, they will be forced to pivot and change. But as long as people react to it and talk about it and watch it and talk, you know, give him the attention that he needs, he's seeking, he's making money off it. Why would he stop? The Duck of Death, you should be demanding these publications to stand up for you as well and make posts like and articles and, you know, have it all written and publicized that this is out of order. I bet they won't do it because there's no money to be made. But, you know, I'm seeing PlayStation fans out there literally begging for studios like Ninja Theory to be shut down. That's some mental illness right there. Nah, you're good, man. I'm alright. I'm happy where I am. You got one thousand IQ? You can have a push bike? As long as you get me the X-Rails first, I'll make do with the push bike. It may break, so I might have to return home, but at least I'll have got myself a pair of X-Rails. I think this is a worthy endeavor. I'll actually give it a try. that's the hope, Rabbi. I'm gonna give it a try. I'm gonna try and go next year. It's like some people came to me, I think it was yesterday on X, saying you were cheering when PlayStation studios were laying off staff. Seriously, chat. I know some of you are ponies in here. When have I ever cheered layoffs? I may have fucked around, but have I actually ever, when being serious, cheered for it? Like, actively said, this is a good thing. Hey, music. Thank you for the membership. The problem is, Woodpit, Powerboss's hard drive will probably still not be working by that point, so the bike won't move. According to Steve, Chili's feet are just way too small for the pedals. And with me sitting on the bike, it's just not going to move. So this is going to be a very, very short episode. It's going to be a very short episode. Yeah, we all kind of banter and we all kind of console war a little bit. We all talk about it. We all kind of delve in it a little bit. But, you know, there's a difference between having a bit of fun and just having that banter that you have with the lads. And then, you know, then you got the people that are messaging Hideo Kojima, begging him not to release Death Stranding 2 on Xbox, and saying that if it wasn't for Sony, this game wouldn't even exist, and he owes all of his fame to Sony and all of this and all of that. And I'm like, dude, get a grip. It's a transaction. Get a grip. He ain't gonna sleep with you, buddy. No matter how much you want it, he ain't gonna sleep with you. Wait. Did they change it? I'm guessing they did. I just jumped into Death Stranding 2. I'm going to have my first impressions out on the weekend. Sony were nice enough to give me a code for that. And they also gave me a code for Stellar Blade PC. So definitely going to check that out too. So thank you very much, Sony. I appreciate you looking after me. At least looking after me more than you look after the PlayStation folk anyway. How do I get rid of this? There we go. I don't know. There's something therapy. Look. I'm not saying that Death Stranding 2 is the best game in the world, right? I'm not saying that. I'm not saying it's remotely close to that. But what I am saying is that there is something therapeutic about that game. Hey, Pal Boss, how's it going? Just, I don't know what it is, honestly, but there is something seriously therapeutic about that game. And I'm enjoying it. I'm not going to lie to you guys and say I'm not. What about today, Rebby? I don't see your question. I hope you enjoy it, Paul. Rebby, I'm not seeing your question, so if you can, just please ask it again. I haven't got the bike yet. I've connected like 3 area. I'm almost at the junction. Well, I connected the first area, then I've had the next area required 3 connections, so I connected 2 of them, and I was on my way to the 3rd one, almost there, but I'm streaming today, so I had to stop. But I don't know. There's just something, you know. It reminds me a lot of Starfield, in a way, where there's not really. So far, I haven't encountered much combat. I've only, you know, used my weapon a few times, but it's more just the serenity of exploring and just exploring the place and seeing what's what. I don't know. It feels good. It's supposed to be a really long game, but yeah. But yeah, man, coming back to this, I don't see why people need to apologize to Dreamcast guide for this. I just think that, I mean, even the notion of that is just sad. It's really, really sad. Like, it's really sad. What's this one now? Please don't sleep. I'm happy. I don't know if I'm gonna call it a day or not. It depends. I will see how it goes. Well, miles from your house is cool. The retro gods? The retro gods, okay. No gambling, pure. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. I mean, Steam is working for me. I've got no problems with Steam on my end. Why you're having problems going in? It's loading fine for me. Persona 5, the Phantom X just launched today. If anyone's interested, apparently Stranding, there's a lot of really scrupulous games here. Trending. Not even gonna name them. There's a game called Peak, so that has to be Peak, right? Dead by Daylight is on sale. If anyone wants it, $6. That's a good price. You can join me and Steve when we play it eventually again. But yeah, I think this is a whole lot of bollocks. Bollocks. They are working, Navy, just not on the Xbox PC app. If you use it on mobile, it's working fine. I'm literally claiming mine right now. Literally claiming mine right now. I've just got it at the title screen for the 15 minutes because I didn't have time to do it today. Just do it on your mobile. I don't even have the option for it on thing. It's just disappeared. Flat out disappeared. It used to be there, and now it's not. It's gone. It will be missed. Maybe it will come back one day, just not today. It's not even on the Game Pass. Now, if I get any points, it comes up on the notifications, and then I can access it that way. But that's literally the only way I can access it on the PC app. It's not anywhere else. Just a bit of a TLDR on that Xbox headset. It is just for, it's not, you don't plug it into your Xbox for it to work. It is just a standalone Meta Quest, and it basically has Game Pass pre-installed on it, and you play Game Pass through streaming via xCloud. It's still cool, don't get me wrong. It works really well. I use it on my free that I've got. It works really well. But, you know, you're not running native games, or you're not plugging it into your Xbox. Rabbi, I said, I'm not sure if I'm going to be up until midnight. But apparently, according to IGN, Sony removes games from PlayStation Plus, even its own games. And apparently it's to keep the proposition interesting and help people find new games. Anyone want to explain that one to me? This is Sony and this. All right, Rabbi. So, I mean, not Rabbi. Bags, explain to me. What can't you find, Rabbi? It's called Asp. I just don't get this. So we're gonna remove games to keep it interesting for you to buy, to find new games? So weird. So weird. Yeah. I don't have that. It used to be there. It's not there for me anymore, Steve. I have view profile, insider, and then settings. It used to be under view profile. It's not there anymore for me. It's like completely disappeared. Vanished. Gone with the wind. I mean, Infinite, you're right. You want it to be as enticing to the consumer as possible, not turning around and saying, what we're going to do is just remove stuff, not give you stuff, and then tell you to look for stuff in another place. View profile. I've got my view achievements. Hey, this thing says I haven't got any achievements or blueprints. Of course I do. And it says I've got none for Final Fantasy XVI. Oh, wait. This is the PC versions. Okay. Not the Steam versions. Wait, why would that be the Steam version? I don't have it for Steam. I guess it hasn't updated. I think something weird is going on with my app, Steve. It's... I think it might be drunk. I think the app might be drunk. Yeah, I think the app might be drunk. What I don't have one, Rebby. If I'm gonna do the stream, if I'm gonna check out the Capcom thing, it's gonna be on this stream. I'm not gonna switch off from it. No, maybe they just kicked me off the rewards program. I think this could be what's happening. Anyway, I'm not gonna bother looking for this. But yeah, so I thought that was a little weird and counterproductive with them saying, we're gonna remove games to make it that more exciting. Chili, have you had your game yet? No, if I've got time, I'm gonna just switch over on this channel here and watch it from here if I have time. Oh, you just finished. Damn it. Damn. Well, that's no good. I actually wanted to stream it. Did you win? Did you win? I mean, that's kind of cool. 3 out of 4 is kind of cool. Right? That's kind of cool. 3 out of 4, you know. I actually had it up and just forgot to... Shit. Yeah, Steve, I'm looking at the image you sent me. I don't see any of that at all. Like, none of it. As soon as you see what... Yeah, I'm not seeing any of that whatsoever. For me, I just have the achievements tab, and the rewards tab isn't there at all. So, I mean, it's fine. I'm activating it through mobile anyway, but... It's all good? You didn't win anything because you didn't get MVP? Oh man, come on, that sucks. Oh, you want me to actually show it on screen? Let me do it. Open link. Meow. So this is what it's supposed to look like. So it does apparently work. But it's just not working for me. Hey, Yatazek. Chili. No one can ever hear you. They can't hear you. But they will soon. Okay. Maybe now they can hear you.
Hi, chat. Hello.
Yeah, they can hear you.
How is everyone doing? Chaos fell asleep on stream.
I haven't fallen asleep on stream. I'm doing something because people keep telling me to do stuff. But you just came in at the right time for the main topic of the day.
Oh, nice.
Senua's Saga Hellblade 2. Don't worry, I'm going to get into that whole GTA thing that seemed to piss off a lot of people.
Okay, I'm going to say I'm not pissed off. I just found it.
It was funny as hell.
No, I'll tell you now. I was debative, but I'm not angry. Like,
Mate, there were so many angry people. But this one over here...
I just want you to know that I know that I responded, but I don't care that much. Anyway, I'll shut up now. Hey, Yatta. Hey, Bullets. I missed you. Oh, thank you, Paul.
I told you they missed you.
I'll be honest, I thought you were lying at first. I know you don't. I know that sounds weird, but like...
I never lie.
Yeah, like you're never late.
I'm never late. Look,
my mic is quiet.
Oh, is it? Let me. I thought I put you up enough. That should fix it.
Boop boop boop. But yeah, no. I just want to say I did that event. I didn't win anything, which sucks, but we won matches, so that's what matters.
It's the participation.
Yeah. Chris walked away with 3,000 units, which is a lot of units.
I thought he was about to say $3,000 or £3,000.
I wish.
I was gonna be like, no. Mate, screw participation. That's free.
No,
that's £3,000. Like,
yeah, if it was actual money, I would have played a character I know that would have got MVP. I play Mantis, and Mantis doesn't get MVP really. It's very rarely. Anyway, we should talk. I'm here for Hellblade, I guess.
So Hellblade 2 released 18 months ago, roughly, on Xbox. And if you all remember, it was a creative decision. They didn't want a frame rate mode, right? They said they didn't want a frame rate mode. In fact, they said that if they added it 60 FPS, it would ruin the game. The letterboxing was done to keep that filmic cinematic experience. You remember that, right, Chili?
Yeah, well, I don't remember the... I kind of do. I know you said also in your video that they tried to do it in 24 FPS, but didn't work.
Yeah, they even joked about that in the Vidoc that they had.
Yeah.
Where they said they tried to do it to get that, because Blu-rays run on 24 frames.
Well, all movies do. All movies run at 24 FPS.
Right. And so they tried to do it in that to give it the perfect look and feel, but it ran really badly. Like, really, really badly.
Really? Man, I'm shocked. It's like there's a difference between playing a there's a difference between playing a game and then watching a movie.
And I said at the time, if this was a creative decision, they would have locked PC to 30 frames per second. I know people will have modded it and found a way around it, but they would have, just like they found a way around the borders, right?
Yeah.
But it would have been locked to 30 FPS. Because they're saying the best way to play this game is 30 FPS. And I called BS back then. I played this on PC because I wasn't playing it on 30 FPS.
The thing is, you talk about people modding it to run at 60 FPS if they locked it at 30 FPS. The thing is, though, if they locked it at 30 FPS, they would have had to make the cutscenes at 30 FPS, which would have mean that if they did mod it, it would have been really screwy. Anyway.
I mean, it would just be the gameplay that was going to be thing.
Yeah.
Your active gameplay would have been at 60, and the cutscenes would have remained at 30. Because if they sped up the cutscenes, then that'd look weird.
Yeah.
That's not looking like a Benny Hill moment. J-Blades will come to GTA in a little bit. But, they made all of this commotion, interview after interview, how this was what they wanted. And they did. I mean, they're quoted as saying they didn't want a frame rate mode. So why do we now have a performance mode at 60? And as they say, smooth 60 FPS. Bear in mind, I played it on PC where I modded the borders off as well, the black borders. So I had full screen 60 ultra setting running on, between 60 and 70 FPS. I didn't have any ray tracing on. That really, really crippled my machine. The 30 series don't do well with ray tracing. But, what I'm hoping is that, in this new version, they have a developer commentary, and you get to hear how Ninja Theory crafted an award-winning experience at 60 FPS when they openly wanted it to be creatively at 30. Does anyone in chat think that they're actually going to do that?
No, but imagine if they would be like, oh, we creatively designed it around 30 FPS and ignore the fact it's only running at 60 now. We just talk about the fact it's a 30 FPS mode.
And here's the thing, I ain't even upset that this is running at 60, right? I think those that played it on Xbox kind of got screwed, but the game was slow enough where I don't think it made that much of a difference. What I'm annoyed at is the fact that they openly lied. They blatantly lied. And that's the part that I'm annoyed at.
Yeah, I think that's the most frustrating part about it, in my opinion. Like, you don't say it's a creative reason and then, just admit you had it at 30 FPS because you didn't have time to optimize it before release. And in reality, you probably needed to delay the game 2 or 3 months, maybe 6 max, to get it running at 60 FPS.
It's just annoying.
Yeah.
And I just think that they shouldn't have lied about it. Now, it's clear they probably run out of time, and just like Forza Motorsport came out earlier than it needed to be, Forza Motorsport needed more time to cook. And do you remember I made a video saying that Forza Motorsport came out when it did because Microsoft had to fill in those gaps for Game Pass to keep a cadence going of releases?
Yeah.
And a lot of people really, really had it in for me. It seems like Senua's Hellblade 2 is a victim of that as well. It wasn't ready. But this isn't the first time, right? This is like the third time they're releasing games at 30 FPS and then magically finding a 60 FPS patch a year later.
Yep.
Oh no, trust me, I played this on Xbox and I played it on PC. There is a clear difference between 30 and 60 FPS. It just flows better. Nice, Steve. So me getting 6070 is about right on the 3090 Ti. Without ray tracing. Considering ray tracing. I think I had like very minimal ray tracing on. Just a tad, the lowest setting. Just to give it something. UE5 may have come a long way, but they said that they did not want a frame rate mode. They didn't even want to entertain it. So why now, when it's going to PlayStation, do they want a 60 FPS mode? No, Paul, I'm not. I don't like it. I've got it on PC. I bought it for my kid because he wanted to play it. He said it wasn't very good. He finished it. He said it's nowhere near as good as Elden Ring. But, he enjoyed it for what it was. And he just said he didn't really enjoy the whole boss rush nature of it. That was his kind of overall verdict on it. I played it. It wasn't my thing, so I'm not buying it on Xbox. Not because they released it later. I just don't like those sorts of games. It's just not my cup of tea.
Yeah, I'm not a huge Souls-like person.
Paul, we made you think that we wanted that player. We're actually going for the other player that you don't know about yet.
Oh, boss, this has nothing to do with Sony.
No, this is a consciously Microsoft decision. Even though I do like where Power Boss is going with this one. I'm joking.
Well, chat. Bye.
But no, I feel like this was just a really, a smack in the face. And I think you're seeing a lot more people now. Kid Smooth has come out and, he's finally had enough. Doc Dark was already on the edge anyway. I think he's now potentially starting his evil act or whatever you want to call it. So he's gone over the edge as well now. But I think people, those that were playing it originally on Xbox, I think they have a reason to be aggrieved by it. I think if they were transparent from the very beginning and said 60 FPS will come later, I don't think a lot of people would have been. And honestly, I still believe that they held back the 60 FPS. This probably was ready maybe 3-4 months ago, and they held it back. If they released,
yeah, of course they did.
If they held on to this 60 FPS, I mean, if they released it like 6 months ago, it wouldn't have had the impact that it's having right now. But right now, the message that's being sent here is Xbox customers aren't valued as much as PlayStation customers are. That's the message being sent, and whether people like to hear that or not is irrelevant. That is the message being sent. And I just don't think that's right. And I think,
no,
you
should focus. As much as I like Microsoft's games being on PlayStation now because I'm a PlayStation fanboy, you should focus on your own stuff before you worry about.
Oh, I think this game was really good. I didn't go into this thinking it was something it wasn't. They clearly told you that this was basically a very linear, narrative-driven story. They told you they wanted to make it filmic, like they pretty much wanted to make it like a film. So I expected it to be maybe at max 6 to 8 hours. I got to about 6.5 hours on it. So I went into this knowing what it was, and I really enjoyed it. The parts I didn't enjoy on this game were, I don't think they delved into the psychosis enough. In the first game, the psychosis was like center stage.
Okay, so isn't that the whole point of the game, really?
Well, in this one, in the first game, she couldn't control it. She didn't know how to manage it. And it wasn't until the end of the game where she finally understood her psychosis. In this game, she understood it and was managing it. But what she didn't realize was that people were manipulating her throughout the campaign and using her. She thought they were doing it because she had this kind of like God complex savior thing, and she was the only one that could do it. Whereas these people were just basically sending her off into the flames to basically be cannon fodder. And if she came out successful, hooray. So it took a different turn to what the story was and how it portrayed, but I still think it played really well. And do you know what? Even to this day, even after playing Death Stranding, this is still graphically the best looking game out there. Period.
I mean, it should be, really, because it's super linear. I don't know what Death Stranding is like, but it's not as linear, right?
No, it's just, but there's nothing out there. It's literally just copy and paste, mountains. Non-stop power, but you know what? Mechabreak is going to be really interesting. That game is either going to rocket off into, no pun intended, into stardom, or it's going to crash really hard. But knowing the people that made it, which is the same people that made, what game was it? That mobile gacha game that took a really, 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 really weird turn and are now making millions, if not billions, in revenue. Something Break.
Which what? Mechabreak?
No. That's why they call this Stone Break as well. They keep it the same name. I can't remember the name. It's a mobile gacha game, but yeah, it went pure fan service, and they make mega bucks off it now. They released a new trailer today, and it was like, holy shit, how is that even allowed to be published? Kind of thing. It's actually gotten so bad with that game that they had to censor it because of China's policies, and they couldn't release it.
You know you're bad when your gacha game has to be censored.
Well, China's censoring everything. China's censoring everything, right? But they've actually showed you how to go to the ini file and change it from 0 to 1 to enable the not censored version. It's so good. You know what? I respect them for that. I totally respect the devs for that.
They're like, we can't let you play this, but you know what? Maybe if you do this, we can't stop you. We don't know you're doing it, but maybe if you do this, maybe. It could happen. We don't know. It's not us, legally. We don't know.
I disagree, Bags. I played Hellblade 2 at 60 FPS, and it looks stunning. Snow Peak, that's it. Is it Snow Peak or Snow Break? I'm pretty sure it's Snow Break. Brick always there to come in clutch. I need to try solo leveling. I've downloaded the demo. I tried Vindictus as well. I really like that. So hoping to see more of it when I have some time. But right now I just need to get through Death Stranding. Because Kojima has set some very tight rules on how we present
not as much as
stuff for review posts.
It's funny, I was watching a friend try and do a video on Persona 5 because it came out today, you know, the gacha game. The early access rule was the fact that you couldn't show the menu. But the game crashed and went straight to the menu. So he's like, oh my god, I can't show this.
That's funny. Woodpit, basically, Death Stranding 2 is like a Death Stranding 1.5, right? It improves on almost everything that the first game did. It doesn't really introduce that much new, but what was there, the frustrations that were in the first game, or the headaches that were in the first game, they've ironed out for the second game and just made it a better experience. If that makes sense.
That's good to hear. I mean, that's what sequels are supposed to do, right? They're not supposed to completely reinvent the game. You're supposed to take what was good about the first game and improve on it.
But yeah, so that was my gripe on this. I'm not sure if you guys saw my video on this. I actually asked Ninja Theory if their creative decision only applied to Xbox and not PlayStation. Was it only an Xbox thing that their creative decision applied to? And they ignored me. I think this is why Xbox ignores me.
Probably. You ask questions.
Hey, isn't that
sensible questions?
Isn't that what EA said to me? Do you remember back in the Anthem days? Their global community manager reached out to me on Discord after I made a fuss because I wanted to find out why they were, there was only 2 channels that were covering Anthem at the time. Me and your Anthem. So why was I being sidelined?
Don't forget Anthem Radio.
Nah. He was just sidelined entirely. And he turned around and told me in plain English, you asked the wrong questions. You know we're not going to answer them, but you still ask the wrong questions and make us look bad. Yeah. And that's why I wasn't invited to any conventions or stuff like that for Anthem.
Wow, that sucks.
Or invited into the content creators program because I basically wouldn't toe the company line.
Ask the questions that we like you to ask that makes us look good. Otherwise, no. Basically.
Yeah. No fighting in chat. But yeah, so I think that's where I'm gonna leave this, unless anyone else wants to say anything about it. Like I said, I don't think it's that big of a deal for this game. I think it was a much bigger
And
deal for Starfield.
at least it's free for the upgrade. I know that sounds weird, but you never know nowadays.
Hey, that's a Sony thing, man. Let's be real.
And Nintendo.
And Nintendo. But Nintendo.
Now, if two out of 3 companies do it,
yeah, but Nintendo's kind of like, hey, we can charge you whatever we want, and no one cares. Like, I am seeing die-hard Nintendo fans defending that screen. It is a piece of shite. That Switch 2 screen.
I still can't believe how bad
horrible.
that screen is.
Look,
Like,
I've got it. It's
the
horrible.
colors. The colors I don't mind. Like, I don't care about that. Fine, the colors aren't bad, but the input is ridiculous. It's 33 millisecond.
Wait, just look at that.
Screen.
There's no way that you're going to tell me Death Stranding looks better than that. No way. Nuh-uh. That looks ridiculous.
Look how blurry it is. It's not really that blurry. At least not for me. Also, remember it's being streamed.
Yep.
Infinite said, did this use dynamic resolution? It might have.
It probably did. It probably did. This isn't my footage, unfortunately. I took it off a friend who ran it, so I don't know what the settings were, but man, that just looks insanely good. That looked real good. Like I said, though, the game is, you know, low enough to not really... It doesn't really impact it. And what they did with Starfield with the double frame gen was actually, you know, id Software implemented double frame gen for Starfield. So it never felt like it was running at 30 frames per second at all. So they did a good job there as well. But the point is, they should have released this 60 FPS patch before they announced it for the PS5. If they cared about their Xbox fans, they should have done that.
Or release the patch at the same time as the announcement.
Yeah, just before. I think it should have just came out before. This was ready before.
I mean, the announcement was ages ago, right? It's been a while since they announced Hellblade 2.
Yeah, but they didn't say what the features were. They just said it's enhanced.
Yeah, that's what I mean. When the original announcement happened,
they
should have dropped this. Not this one. I mean, like, when they originally announced it, that's when they should have dropped it.
And, you know...
They'd be like, oh... So.
I just think it's wrong. I just think it's so wrong. And I think people have a right to be annoyed by it. And calling it out is just calling it out. End of story, really.
Yes, Paul, I had 2 beef burgers and some waffle fries. They were delicious. With some cheese and lettuce. And garlic hot sauce. Because you can't eat food without hot sauce.
Oh. Should we talk about the GTA thing?
Sure.
Alright, let me get rid of this section because talking to some people there, don't need people to see that. Alright, so some transparency, I got a message yesterday before I made that post and the tweet and the video from, well, I'm not going to say from him, but I got a message, and that's what spurred everything on. Now, they didn't confirm anything, and like I said in my video, take it with a grain of salt, but it is highly possible that Microsoft could technically release their console by May next year. All they need to do is announce it at the Dev Direct. I mean, I think now's too soon. I think if they announce it because announcing it now isn't going to get them the coverage they want. What they want to do is announce it where all eyes are on it. Gamescom probably isn't a place. Tokyo Game Show isn't a place. It's either going to be at the Game Awards, or they're going to control the narrative and do it at the Gen Direct. If it doesn't happen on either of those two, then it's not happening. But if it does,
you want it before the Game Awards.
Why?
Well, okay, I would say, I'd be honest, you'd want it before Gamescom, so that way you can have some early versions out for people to try.
Try what?
The system, when it comes out. You can showcase it at Gamescom before it comes out. You want that to be a thing.
No. I don't think it's needed.
It's not needed, but it's a good free publicity.
Wait, Devin's back? Back from what? Once you banned again?
Welcome back, Devin.
Poor Devin. I gets abused a lot. So, GTA 6 is supposed to launch on May the 26th.
For now.
For now. Now, if that date is to be held onto, which I personally don't think it will, but if they do stick to it...
70% expecting it to be delayed.
Yeah, me too. But if they do stick to it, there is a chance that, considering now we're hearing Microsoft wanting, they're restructuring their factories where they build a series consoles, basically bringing them to end of service in some countries and not building anymore. It kind of all makes sense that they're ending production with one and building it with the other, because the last time we really heard about them doing this quite publicly and flamboyantly was during the 360 days, when the 360 was quite a bit ahead of the PS3 at the time, and then they just stopped production and all that was out there was just whatever remained, and then they started working on the Xbox One. So there is kind of like history here as well. But I'm talking like the multiverse kind of things, and a lot of people got really upset about this. Like, they got really, really, really upset that I was even insinuating that GTA 6 could be running on the next Xbox. Now, bear in mind that we've also been told that Call of Duty 2026 is being developed for the next Xbox. Now, don't get me wrong, if it's being developed for the next Xbox, that's not going to release in 27. It's going to release in 26. It's in the name, to quote EA. So, a lot is pointing towards a 2026 launch. Now, my thing was, if the stars aligned and in some, parallel universe, in the infinite timelines that we have thanks to Doctor Strange, if in one of those that Microsoft decided to release the Xbox, at the same time as GTA 6, yes, it's going to be running on whatever the hardware is, but considering the power of that hardware, it's going to brute force it and make it run better than any other platform. And I said that basically that could really, really throw a spanner in the works, because I've seen a lot of people turn around and say that they bought a PS5 Pro to play GTA 6 because they want the best experience. Well,
I'm going to tell you now that the next Xbox, at least until the next PlayStation, which will be later, of course, will be the only one that might even hold a steady 30 FPS with GTA 6. Maybe it'll run 60, but it'll be the only one that'll have a steady 30. That's for certain. I can see the others dropping a lot.
I mean, the Series S is going to run at 120 frames, right?
Yeah, sure. 128, 120p, 120 FPS. It's fine.
Hey, look, as long as it's running 120 FPS, that's all that matters, right? No one said anything about resolution.
One pixel per frame.
But, you know, I just made a video where I was just, you know, I had a lot of fun with it because I knew it was going to be so controversial. Because
it was a good video.
It's all hearsay. It's all kind of looking at the information we have in front of us. And, I mean, I even titled the video with the Marvel slogan, "What if?" Right? So that should tell you everything. But if it did happen, how do you guys think the landscape would change? I mean, it would... people are buying the Pro to play GTA 6 at the best possible way. So that will no longer be the best place to play GTA 6. At this point, I think we can all agree, whether you like Grand Theft Auto or not, it is going to be a generational game, a genre-defining game, and it is going to sell...
And a price-generating game.
Oh, yeah. But it's going to sell millions, if not billions. Well, maybe not billions, but it's going to sell millions.
No, I think if it goes to billions, maybe.
But that
okay, if it was on last gen.
That on its own, in my opinion, could win the generation for Xbox.
Now, it's not going to happen. I'm going to tell you now, 99.9%.
Of course, the pony is going to come in and throw shade on it.
No, you didn't finish. Let me finish what I was going to say. I'm 99.999999999% chance it's not going to happen. I'm still leaving the 0.1%, like, because life and, you know, randomness. But imagine if the Xbox did come out in time and they got a bundle.
Imagine that. They're not going to get the marketing rights for it.
Yeah, that's what I said. But that's what I said. A 99.99% chance not happening. But imagine that double whammy though. That they not only did. Let's just say it's not even an official marketing bundle, but just that Microsoft pushes it so that companies will bundle it as a launch game.
Yeah, but then you're looking at a year for, you know, Xbox with Halo Combat Evolved on November the 15th. Yeah. You got Gears. I guess it might come out on E-Day on November the 7th, but I guess it might come out sooner.
I hope not.
You're gonna have Forza Horizon 6. You're gonna have Fable. You're gonna have Call of Duty 2026. Most likely a Starfield update. I'm guessing they will probably leave.
Probably a full expansion, right?
A Diablo expansion as well. That's gonna be lined up for that. Probably why they skipped this year. Way, it kind of all sinks in, doesn't it, for 2026?
By the way, I'm happy that Diablo is free on Plus.
Yeah, well, you better get to buying all of that DLC.
Yeah, it's only one, right? I think
there's like 7 DLCs out for it now. You've even got a horse that you can buy for $100.
Sold.
There you go. That's what I want to hear.
Only if the horse is blue.
Like, you can see how everything seems to be kind of, even if it's not gonna happen, it's like everything kind of seems to be pushing over to 2026. So we just
but this is right. There is only one DLC for
I know.
Diablo.
But it's just once I got that kind of message yesterday, and this person isn't just some random person. They are in the know. And it was a very cryptic message. But they didn't like outright say it.
Yeah.
It just got me thinking, what if that this could happen? Do you know how many ponies would actually start crying if this happened?
You know, as soon as it happened, right, the ponies would then be like, but it's okay. The Pro version wasn't the best place to play, right? Wink, wink. It's the future PC version.
Well, if you look at what P-Rock was telling me, P-Rock was saying, well, you're not playing. If it comes out, if the next Xbox is coming out, you're not playing it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, why aren't I playing it? And it's like, because it won't run on PC. But it's going to run the series games and the 360 games and the OG Xbox games. That's a hardware level thing. So I don't understand the point that they're making. Right?
Yeah.
And it's like they're now looking for so many excuses to discredit it. And let's be real, right? If you're running that, even if it is via emulation, if your machine is way more powerful and it could just brute force the game better.
And not just that, but everyone seems to talk about it being like the reason why people who don't have the official emulators have to brute force it more is because you don't have all the details of the system, the ins and outs of everything about the hardware and the software. The official emulators need a lot less processing power than the.
Well, AMD is going to.
Sorry, I thought that was Kratos for a second there. It looked a bit like him.
AMD are actually putting it at a hardware level on the APU chip.
Yeah.
They're actually getting that installed. So, I mean, this is probably going to be available for everything. This is going to be like a really cool thing. But it's
Windows. Microsoft's been working on it for Windows as well, right? As an update for just Windows.
Yeah, but that's going to come like a year down the line after.
As I said, probably the next Windows.
Yeah, maybe, or at least 6 months later after the Xbox launch, just to give the people.
The difference bag is look at Nintendo Switch 2 emulator for the GameCube. It's horrible. The difference is
the Switch 2
that's
is
Nintendo,
weak. And the Switch 2 is
and
weak.
that's also Nintendo. That's also Nintendo.
True. The Switch 2 is a weak console.
Yeah, it's basically a pro Switch.
Yeah.
Switch 2 is leagues better than the No, it's not actually not that much bags.
No. It really isn't. It really isn't. If you've played the GameCube, you'll know. It really isn't. But yeah, I don't know. I just put it out there, and so many people lost their mind, like literally lost their mind. And I just thought it was quite funny. I thought it was very amusing. My GameCube is sitting underneath my TV, not plugged into anything, mind you. It's just literally just I've got, you know where you have the GameCube disc at the top?
Yeah.
When I bought Metroid Prime, they actually gave you the GameCube disc that you could replace it with.
Oh, that's cool.
And so I replaced it with that one, and I've got that kind of sitting at the front, like with the handle at top, and it's just facing outwards.
I had a purple GameCube. I got an insane deal on it years ago.
Getting my cupboard.
I have an Xbox above me. It's on,
sure it doesn't drop.
On my wardrobe.
Make sure it doesn't drop on you.
No.
It can be fatal.
It's got my gold Nintendo Wii controller above it.
Nice.
GameCube 2001, man. Yeah, I've got, yeah.
I mean, the Switch was dated before it came out.
I do like when people compare devices to how many GameCubes is it stuck together. Is actually a Nintendo form of measurement.
So I wanted to see how people feel about this. This is a weird one, right?
Yeah.
Now, just bear with me. I know this is a gacha game, but it's more the principle behind it. So, for the longest time, the whales have wanted content that is really hard that will challenge them. Now, obviously, for free to play, this is going to be way outside of their league. And even some of the people doing this content that have spent thousands on their characters to max rank them, get the best artifacts and everything, are still struggling. It is really hard content. It's designed for the top whales. The rewards are, as you see here, cosmetic in nature, right?
Yeah.
And they only last 30 days. You don't even keep them. Every 30
I
days.
think that's the worst part about it.
Every 30 days you get a new new content, and the challenge changes, and then they will just continue cycling it every 30 days, so you get the new one. I think they should personally keep the cosmetics, but
Yeah.
putting that aside,
I
do you think that having content that just gives those people who have invested a metric ton of money to be the best they can possibly be, I'm talking min-maxing to the absolute, hell point, having content for them specifically, which is basically one fight, maybe two, it doesn't give you any rewards outside of something cosmetic. Do you think that's a big deal?
No, I think it's fine. I personally think it's okay. Like, if it was, if you said there was tons of fights, then sure, but having one fight, no. I think that's. I don't see a problem with it.
So the one before, there's 6 fights in total. The first 4 fights give you promo gems, and that's doable
which
by
is the
anyone.
currency for summoning.
Yeah, and that's doable by everyone, so everyone can get those rewards.
Yeah.
The 5th fight, apparently, as of now, only one Japanese person has done it. With each round in that fight, he had 1 second left for each of the rounds when he did it. But he's literally been min-maxing his character free to play and working on that team like for a long time. So he's really like honed down his characters.
Yeah.
But the next stage is just way out, is just off his league. And that one there is the one that's purely for the whales. I don't see this a problem. Yeah. But it's, there's a lot of people talking about this right now and saying if it's actually right for you to design content that is designed for like the top 1% or the top 0.5%. And, I know Final Fantasy XIV do this. They've got content called the Ultimates. I think
14 really does that.
They do it.
Yeah, but Ultimates aren't really like... They just take a lot of time to practice.
I know, but they're really hard.
Yeah, they are.
They're not Savage level.
No.
Pepsi Man will just walk up to you, slap you once, and that's it. One mistake and it's over. Even Savage, you can recover from a mistake. In Ultimate, you have to be script perfect.
Yeah.
You cannot make a mistake.
It is true.
Right? So it's designed for the top 1%, especially day one when they're trying to get it. Some of that, I think the last one took like what? With the one that we went back in the past to change Porsche fonts.
That one's quite old.
I know, it's really good though, the way they did it.
Yeah, that one was the best one. The last one didn't take long. Last one I took less than 24 hours.
But the point I'm asking,
I think it's actually...
Oh, sorry, continue.
I think it was actually like 15 hours for the last one to complete it. I know, because I was down to, not the Savage, but the Ultimate. I was down to actually be my first ever, commentary as an esports host. But They literally killed it just before my shift.
Oh, that sucks. But what I'm saying, chat, is, do you think that this is a problem? Do you find this being an issue with gaming? That content is designed for the 1%. You've got tons of content. Like 99% of the content is designed for the casuals. Then you have 1% of the content that doesn't give you any permanent rewards, that's designed for the 1%. Do you think that's a problem?
Paul, the problem with what you just said is I think it's because you're supposed to put the me, but I read that as can someone be older, ban me. But this kind of reminds me of the problem my Dragon Ball Gacha game is having right now, Chaos, in a way. They've got a new event going on right now, right? There's like a title for being a high scorer, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the issue is, the game has a randomized team when you enter fights. You can't select your team. Well, you can make your team, but who starts with you can't select. And it's taken some people hours just to get the correct combination, just so that you can do enough damage to possibly be high enough to actually proceed. I'm in the semi-finals right now. I don't think I'm going to get into the finals, but it's insane. Even Wales are frustrated because of the RNG.
By the way, I saw Bag saying Pepsi Man ... There's a reason it's called Pepsi Man, and it's because of it looks
or Jigglypuff, like, as I like to call him.
It looks like Pepsi. Well, don't actually know. That's what they're calling Pepsi Man.
Yeah.
That dude there, and he's a real pain in the ass to fight. Yeah, living liquid.
Yeah, that fight actually killed. Even the Savage version of that fight killed most statics. Most people quit the game because of that fight.
But yeah, so I don't know. I don't think it's a big deal, but a lot of people are having huge problems. Does look like him. Yeah, that boss fight killed a lot of people. The statics died from it. It was the static killer. That's what it was known as. Of a goldfish first combat event in. Yeah, I agree, Brick. I agree. I mean, microtransactions are going to be microtransactions, right? It's what it is. But I don't personally, I think it's okay. It's not a big deal, and you know, it's content for those people that are spending the money to allow the rest of those people that are free to play the game. So them having something to show for it.
You need the whales to fund the whole game in the first place, and you've got to reward them. Otherwise, they're not going to spend money, and they're going to go to other games.
I did. Paul, I did. But Warcraft 1, 2, and 3 is available today on PC. And not on console, but on PC. So today is a very good PC day. If you're playing this on PC, go forth, young Padawan. Enjoy. But you do get Against the Storm, whatever that is. So yay. I know some of you really like the Warcraft Remastered series. It is now available on Game Pass. It's dropped today. So happy days and enjoy! Now there was something else today that actually took place, right? I saw Oh no, Alex's video. Well, actually, I started watching his video. I got to about 4 minutes out of 24 minutes. And then it was like 3 hours later, and I was just... the missus came and woke me up. Not because it was boring. Like I said, I've just been very unwell today. But it's to do with this whole gaming thing where...
Isn't there a Capcom event going on soon as well?
At 11 o'clock.
Or is that another day? Okay.
I was going to ask you if you know what was actually on that. I forgot what it's actually called. I know Steve actually had the name for it, and I've probably just forgotten it. Does anyone know what it? Because I know Pirate Guy is being absolutely crucified for this at the moment. Like, he's absolutely being destroyed and everyone's calling him a fraud for his views because he's being very corpo about it, as opposed to but there was something. Stop killing games. That's it. So I think this is a topic that I want to talk about. And I'd love to hear your thoughts as well. Chili, do you know anything about Stop Killing Games?
No, I don't know, actually.
Okay, so the TLDR,
I think
you've heard of The Crew?
The
game.
The racing game.
Yeah.
Ubisoft, I think it was.
Yeah, Ubisoft. They kind of just abruptly killed it, shut the servers down, and because they had The Crew 2 come in, they just cut ties with The Crew 1, and that game disappeared. There was no way to play it. There's no single-player version of it when it should have at least had an offline mode.
Yeah, because I remember The Crew, because I used to joke before it came out on the podcast about the fact that because Ubisoft was still in its everything has to be go up a tower. Yeah, every Far Cry towers, Assassin's Creed towers. So I was joking about The Crew, saying the fact that you have to drive up the towers to unlock the map.
Did you cover it? I covered it in streams. I didn't make any specific videos on it, but we spoke about it on streams and what it meant. And ultimately, the knee-jerk reaction that when they turned around and said Xbox is basically a third-party company, that's why Sarah Bond and Microsoft came out and said, hey, we've got this new Xbox coming, it's Windows 11, and it's going to revolutionize everything. That's pretty much what led to that. But yeah, we covered it in streams. I didn't really specifically make a video on it, though. But yeah, so there's Stop Killing Games, and there's a lot of talk about like live service games, like Destiny, for example. If they shut the servers down, all that investment that you put into it goes down the drain. Gacha games, for example, they live for 6 months. They don't make the revenue they need. So the investment that you put into it, it just disappears over the night. Like someone said, these are games that you ultimately do not own. Now, there are...
I mean, technically you don't own any of them. Legally.
Well, yes, but if you're buying the game, you should still be able to play it, is what people are saying, even if the server's shut down. And I think that is dependent on the game. Now, making something like God of War always online or Gears of War always online would be stupid, because the game is fully playable offline. It's not really doing anything. So in that situation, I can say, yes, I fully agree. And we've seen this in the past, right? If you look at Diablo 4, it's always online, even though you can technically play it offline. You can't, but I mean, if they allowed you to, you could. And your single player character doesn't transfer to the online mode of the game, so you have to create a new character anyway. So there's no real reason for them to actually not allow you to play a portion of the game offline, because the streams don't connect. Now, the problem occurs when your offline mode interferes with your online mode. If the streams ever connect, then it becomes a problem, because you could be offline, run a trainer, give yourself everything under the sun, make yourself super powerful with cheats, and there's no way anyone's going to detect it because you're offline. And then you put that character online and ruin everyone else's experience. So that's one, argument for it. The main thing that the companies are doing, they just don't want you to own your games. They want to have control for whatever reason. It doesn't make sense. Because even if you're buying digital, it's not like you can trade it in or anything. But I think there is a nuance here where I'm more in the favor of, if a game doesn't need to be always online, it shouldn't be online. Anytime, Bold Alpha. And if there's any questions that you want to ask about it, feel free. I'll just chime in. But yeah. So how do you feel about it? What's your opinion on it, Chili? Chili? I think we lost Chili. He might have gone AFK for a second.
I feel the same way. I feel like unless your game has to have online, then having an offline version is important. But Yeah, it's the same reason. Like, if you have an offline mode, you can cheat in it. And yeah, I basically agree with what you just said. If I'm going to be completely honest, but look in chat. That's more important. Look what happened with Bold.
Hey, Bold Alpha Wolf, thank you so much for that 5 gifted subs memberships. Reezy, Shinzo, Nocturnal, Big Mad, Aaron Gross, and Bold Alpha Wolf. Entry level support, I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the gifted memberships, and welcome to the members team. I know I've been really slack over the past, well, especially this last month and start of this month. Is the whole moving has been chaotic, but we will be getting members streams back on target soon, and we'll be doing them again. So just got to get everything set up again. So I haven't forgotten about them, and I've got Steve constantly in my ear saying I'm slacking, and well, I've just moved. So once everything is settled and sorted, we'll be getting those up and running again. So and you know, any member at any level is invited to those play, and we play a wide range of games. If I remember correctly, Take-Two changed its EULA and will ban mods in the Borderlands game. Well, yeah, because you can play online and ruin someone's experience, and that's a really good example of a game where you can play it offline, abuse it, and then bring it online and just ruin someone's experience. No one wants to be in a situation where you're running up to bosses and your teammate is one-shotting them. It's not fun for people. See, I think the way Microsoft does it is a lot better, right? If you actually have bought the game, regardless of whether it goes away or not, you can still download it and play it. So, for licensing reasons, Forza Motorsport 4 is gone. But if you owned it, you can still play it.
Isn't that every game? Every company, though?
No.
Because Sony does that as well. If you buy a game on Sony and if it gets taken off, you can still download it.
The Crew didn't. That's what I'm saying. They didn't do it. You can just offer an offline version after the servers end. See, that's not always possible.
Yeah, sometimes the game's designed around the online server and you'd have to reprogram it.
Not only that.
If you fired everyone...
Continue, and I'll tell you why not only that.
I'm going to say, if you fired everyone, they can't program it to make it offline.
So there's that.
What are you going to say?
But sometimes there's a lot of back-end stuff that's going on to keep these things going, and there's proprietary code that they don't want to reveal to the public that would have to be public-facing. If they release, like, for example, if Destiny went offline today, right? And they've got
Destiny
another...
2.
Destiny 2 went offline. Destiny 1 is still live.
Oh, wow.
But if they took Destiny 2 offline, and they said, right, now you can play it offline where you want, that stuff that's happening on server end would need to transfer to your console. So that's one thing. But then people can get that code, reverse engineer it, and make whatever Bungie did with their gunplay and everything into their own game. And all of that company, you know, all of that studio secrets, that secret source, as they call it, will now be public knowledge for everyone. So it's not always as black and white as that. It doesn't really work the same way, because there is information there that is never meant to be public facing. And in that situation, it kind of sucks. But these are reasons why it wouldn't work. No company wants to give away their secrets, especially if it's one that actually is one of their prized jewels. Like, for example, the gunplay in Destiny, which I will still say to this day is arguably the best in any game. You know, they've got that secret source.
Really good.
It feels so satisfying. But imagine them actually getting that and giving it to the public-facing community, and then they taking that and a company like I don't know, EA gets it and then starts using that. That USP that Bungie had is gone. Do you see what I mean?
I do. I see.
But at the same time, Bags, you know that it's an always online game. Don't play it. If that bothers you, ignore it. Skip it. There's tons of other games out there. Which game was it recently that actually made their live service game client side and it got ripped to shreds? Outriders. Outriders had their stuff all client side. That got modded to living hell. That got hacked to living hell. It ruined multiplayer experiences. It destroyed the game. Right? I would jump into lobbies and people were just blinking at the enemies and they were dying. It was a horrible, horrible experience because everything was done client side. And now anyone that really wants to imitate what they've done, they have the source code for it. There's no way to hide it. There's no way to shield from it. You can't not have it. It is binary. It's on or off. And so this is why they have server-side stuff. This is why like MMOs have their stuff server-side, where you don't have access to it. Otherwise, you'd get all your characters level 99 in day one. And then, Abyssia wouldn't have any of those farming bots to get you from level 1 to 99 while you sleep. So I see both sides to it, and I think it is game dependent and not... It's not as simple as
it's not a blanket statement you could apply to everything, basically. And yeah, World of Warcraft does indeed have those servers, Power Boss. I know they're not legal, so I don't know how much Chaos wants to recognize what you just said, but yes. I know, and also I know that Fantasy XI has them, and probably other
private
MMOs.
servers. Yeah, private servers exist. Yeah.
I know, because I played a bit of Horizon XI, which was a lot of fun, actually.
I know, but how many people use those private servers?
Actually, Horizon has a decent, still has a decent player base. It has like 1,000-ish players.
My cat's crying again.
No, Byron, the Fantasy XI servers are still live.
Oh, you want to come here? Come here, my little friends.
They just got a new update. The 11 still gets regular updates.
Nope, he's seen the camera. I tried, man. I tried.
Yeah, Byron, 11 still gets official updates still.
Alright, you can go. You see that it was all calm on my lap. The moment he saw the camera, that was it. Man started freaking out. So, I mean, I tried. Yeah, Final Fantasy XI is fine. Their servers are still live. And they're receiving regular updates.
All because they found a PS2 on eBay. I still find that funny. You know that, right?
What?
They had, a while back they announced that they were shutting down the servers for Fantasy XI because they couldn't do any more updates.
Mm-hmm.
Right? They announced that ages ago, and then a few months later they announced, "Oh no, never mind, we're still doing updates." You remember that, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's because the PC version still uses PS2 dev kits because the PC version is just the PS2 version ported over to PC. Anyway, their development kits were dying. They actually only had a couple left. So they announced the fact that the game was getting shut down because they run out of dev kits to make content. But then someone at the actual building found some PS2 dev kits going on sale on eBay. So they ended up buying some off eBay, and that's how they've been able to make content still.
Yeah, but they've actually surpassed what the PS2 can do, right?
Yeah, they've surpassed what it can do.
No, Bags, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, in the case of MMOs, if they shut the servers down, then sure, I agree. You know, if people want to make private servers, that should be fine. But right now, people are making private servers, and these companies are losing money. So rightfully so, they don't want to lose money. If you created something, Bags, and then I bought it, and I'm playing it online, and then I said, right, all right, boys, I'm going to do exactly what Bags did. I'm going to call it the same game, the same name. In fact, I'm just going to duplicate what he did and create a private server. And so all of you now don't buy his game. Come over to me and play it for free. Would you be okay with that? I'm just twisting it around now, putting you in the, you know, in the shoes of a business. There's no way you would be okay with it. No, I'm covering all angles. Killing games is about, if a game goes offline, you should still be able to play it. And with that, I totally agree. If a game goes offline, as long as there's no real proprietary data that's going to really hurt the company, then I think I agree it should be thing. But if proprietary, you know, the reason why I used Destiny and MMOs as example, if there's proprietary data there, it becomes a bit more difficult to do. Because without that source, if you want to call it, they can't use that in their next game because you're about to make it public. It loses its appeal. So it's not simple. World of Warcraft coming to Xbox consoles? Probably never. But if it is gonna land, it will be next year, or when the next Xbox launches. Because at that point, it will work anyway because it's a PC.
I mean, I don't know. There's a huge chance that it's coming to console.
What's the point? Next Xbox is gonna run PC games, so why would you do that? So financially, why would you do that? But
they've been adding controller support since the last expansion.
That's fine. I'm a controller user. I play PC.
Mods are being banned.
Yeah, but as a business, why would you make World of Warcraft for Xbox right now when the next Xbox, if everything alluding to it is releasing? Yeah, but I'm saying, oh, you're talking PlayStation?
I'm talking PlayStation, Switch, Xbox.
Yeah, we don't talk about PlayStation here. I'm joking.
I expect it to come to everything if it comes out on console.
World of Warcraft is now coming. I haven't seen any announcement for it, and I don't expect it to. I just don't think they care enough to put it to console. Nah, neither do I, Bags. But you see where I'm coming from with this topic regarding stop killing games? I agree that as long as no proprietary data is present, then if the server's shut down, there should be a way to play it offline. So is there are you talking about Warcraft Remastered? That's available on PC today. Did Xbox make an announcement? There's the wish list.
I don't think so.
I would have thought it'd be everywhere. No announcement. There's the MetaQuest 3S Xbox edition. Dude, I almost bought that. I almost bought it.
You almost.
I almost paid.
I'll be honest, I almost bought a Backbone today to continue playing the Persona game. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, there's nothing here, Ravi, to say it's coming to console, and it won't be coming to console. It's just going to be on the next Xbox because it runs PC. Now, I actually really, you know the material design that Google does, right? It's really simple, plain, but it's a nice design. You know, back like 5 years ago, loads of websites loved that material design. it's my favorite kind of thing. It's a nice clean finish, and the controller that comes with this is basically just exactly how I like it. It's like one of my favorite designs. But that means I'm going to be paying like $400 for a controller, and I can't justify that. Not when I've got a better headset. I'd basically be paying $400 just for the controller, because I'd be using the headset I've got upstairs, which is better. We'll see, Rabbi. We'll see. Division 2 have me in the chokehold. I need to get onto the DLC for the Division 2. But yeah, so that's my view on this. I think it's a little more nuanced. I do think 4 was going way too corpo. I think there's a fine line between, you know, how much you support corpo and how much you support the consumer. And at the end of the day, as long as no proprietary information is going to be revealed, there's absolutely no reason why games like, for example, The Crew is a prime example. There's no reason why that game shouldn't run offline. Gran Turismo 7, there's absolutely no reason for that game not to run offline, right? Those games right now should function offline, but they do not. I mean, if you're calling what you can do when the game is offline on GT7 functioning, then I don't know what to tell you. I mean, if it's 26, it's going to be for the PC, Remy.
Yeah,
you think people
sure,
are
if it's
willing
26.
to? Yeah, if it's 26, it's going to be for the PC, the new Xbox console.
But the console version would be why they started banning mods.
Also,
because you can't have mod support on console.
Well, you can. A lot of games now on Xbox.
But Microsoft doesn't.
No, Microsoft allows a lot of mods. It's Sony that doesn't allow mods.
Yeah.
Microsoft, you know, if you look at all of the Bethesda games and ZeniMax games and stuff, the games that actually support mods,
all those support mods on PlayStation as well.
But not a lot.
No.
And it took them a long time to even allow that.
Which is kind of funny because I remember when I used to play Unreal Tournament on PS3 because it supported mods.
But do you know what's one of the big reasons why they don't allow mods on like games like World of Warcraft?
Well, it's because they were starting to design fights based on the mods. That's what they said. The fact that the mods were doing the playing for them, the developers started to keep having to make fights harder and harder.
That's more like scripts and stuff. But the biggest issue is, you know, like you can have like a really massive character, right? You know, like the orcs.
Yeah.
But you can make them have a hitbox of a 1 pixel line.
Yeah.
So the boss could never hit you.
Yeah.
Or if you're in like PvP, because that game supports PvP, people aren't going to hit you. The attacks will just be going through you because you're modding it so your hitbox is so small. And then that becomes a problem.
That too.
That's the biggest reason. And this is what I was saying, like, if you're playing offline and then you mod your game, take it online, and then you're ruining it for other people. But, yeah.
No, Infinite Fantasy XIV's player base on console is quite big.
Yeah, it is. I see loads, well, when I used to play, I saw loads playing on PlayStation. In fact, this is before the Xbox version came out. There was people on PlayStation that were in the top 5 for certain DPS roles on a controller. It's impressive.
Yeah.
What petition are we talking about? That'd be egregious in a reader. Exactly right. Online games going is have a peer-to-peer setup. Thing is, people will cheat and hack. The game needs its side to save characters. I mean, it's there's no clear like solution to this outside of the fact that if we keep it down to its raw root of if the game that you're playing goes offline, end of service, and there's no proprietary data where, you know, company secret sources, as they call it, won't be, you know, extrapolated and revealed, and it's clean, then yes, that game should technically be playable offline. That being said, though, right? That being said, do you know how big of a server a game like Anthem would need right now to run? It's still playable. The servers are still up. Do you know how big of a server that would need to run? And do you know how much maintenance that would need?
Okay, I want to joke and say a Raspberry Pi, but I know that's not real. Not right.
You are almost on. You are pretty much on point.
Oh, okay.
USB
well,
and USB
two
memory
Raspberry
stick,
Pis.
A USB memory stick is enough to pretty much hold the whole server for that game.
That's insane.
And all you need to do, every like once every week or once every 2 weeks, turn it off and on again to clear the cache memory.
Wow. Yeah, to clear the cache. Yeah.
Right. So the game runs fine. Maintaining those servers is not that expensive for games that have a minimal population. The question should be asked, really, why are these companies shutting these games down? Because EA isn't exactly the friendliest company, and Anthem isn't making them any money whatsoever. But they're still maintaining that server because it doesn't cost them really anything. They've got servers running already, and they've just put, you know, they're just using like a tiny portion of that to maintain Anthem. Yeah. These games would never really go offline. The companies are killing them on purpose. And I guess that's what this whole thing is about, because the crew was egregious. There was no reason for them to take the game offline.
They want to shut it down so to push you to the next one.
Bingo.
Basically.
That's where there should be legislation for them to stop doing that. Hitman 3 isn't an online game yet, is online only. The Hitman 3 I'm playing on PlayStation at the moment. Thank you again, Sony, for the code. The one, yeah, Sony, look after me, I'm telling you. There's a lot that you can do online that affects the offline gameplay, if I'm not mistaken, and I think that's where the problem occurs. When the two are interlinked, that's when you have a problem. What games need to do is have a clear division of this is offline only, this is online only. And we actually have a game that does that. It's called Diablo 4. But Diablo 4 is still online only, and you have to ask the question, why? That's the one where you ask why. That's a much better example, because your offline character doesn't play online. I guess unless you're doing co-op, then that would technically be online. So I guess that might be where the discrepancy comes in, because you can play co-op. But I feel like, you know, when it comes to... I feel like people are looking at it really with, like, only one vision. It's almost like, you know, those people who say, if it doesn't have a physical version of the game, I'm not going to buy it. Okay?
Yeah, goodbye. Enjoy not having it.
Now, my point is, if you're gonna announce that every time, do you also announce when you go to the airport what time you're leaving? Do you announce your departure time everywhere? Like, no one cares if you're gonna buy it or not. Literally, no one cares.
No, I don't care.
It's like, I see that so many times. No physical, no buy. Okay, but no one cares. Because digital purchases are way more now than physical. They've overrun it. So these companies don't care. You're the minority. And so they'll just turn around and tell you, Infinite, don't play it. They're okay, because for everyone that says they're not going to play it, and let's face it, I'm pretty confident that 60 to 70% of those saying that they're not going to play it are actually going to buy it and play it. They're just saying that they'll not
buy it day one.
Right? There will be those that are, die hard and they're not going to play it, and I respect those people. They say they're not going to play it, and they don't play it. I respect that. I truly do. From the bottom of my heart, I truly respect that kind of, temperament. Because that shows you've got true character. You're a person of your word. But the problem is these companies know that 70% of those people, if not more, are going to turn around and buy it day one. Here's the thing, though, right? If that gas game is no longer getting updates, it's dead anyway.
Yeah.
What are you going to do in it? Opportunity is crazy. But seriously, what are you going to do? I'll go back to Anthem. That has no content, right? If they release that offline, what are you going to do in it? Just fly around and... What are you going to do? If there's no new content, you're not going to play it.
And even if you want to play it and there's no new content, the amount of people that'll be quitting because of no content would make it you'd have no one to play with anyway. So yeah, eventually it'll die no matter what.
But Hitman doesn't make sense. That should stay. That should have offline. Right? Single player games should always remain offline. And, I will stand by that. There's no reason. Like, for example, Redfall. It's got an offline mode, but you kind of need to be online to play it. And it's like, why? I mean, you don't now, because they removed it. So it does... Redfall is proof that you can actually do it. Right? You can't... if they ever shut the servers down, Redfall today would still work. Because they actually took the always online requirement off with the latest update. So, they can do it. I just think right now...
And there are some gacha games that do sell a version once the servers are down as well that you can play, but not all of them.
Tell that to the Tribe 9 player. I just think right now what we need is legislation, right? We need legislation to tell these companies that if the game goes offline entirely, there should be an offline version of part of the game that works. And that's it. But until you get legislation, nothing's going to change. These companies will not release information.
Which is understandable.
Again, Infinite, that's the point I was making earlier. Who's going to play them? Like, who in their right mind is going to go and play Avengers? Like, let's be real here. I mean, I enjoyed the single player. I think the single player should be available to you, right? I think the single player was actually fun, but that's just me. But the online aspect, I mean, it's a one and done game. You're not going to go back to it ever again. So who's going to go back and replay the Avengers single player? It is game dependent, sure, and that's why I said it really depends on the game. A game like Hitman has infinite replayability. Hitman is, you know, a prime example of a game that needs it. Diablo has infinite replayability, is an example of a game that would probably need it. Even if it's offline and not getting any updates, there's enough to do there and enough builds and stuff to do. Eventually you'll get bored of it, sure, but there's still enough to do there to keep you busy. But then there's other games where it just literally makes no sense because they are so bad in the first place. They flopped for a reason, right? Like Fair Games. Oh wait, that's not out yet. It's still gonna flop though. I hope it doesn't though. But like Concord, that was an always online game. It's a multiplayer game. Does that need an offline mode? That's the recent example of, that's the most recent version of a game that went offline, right? Concord. Should that game be playable offline? Look, Devin, stop. Stop, my guy. Stop. Stop. My guy. My guy. Like, my guy. Look, the people that enjoyed that game, I don't think they enjoyed it because the game wasn't very good. Look, if you enjoyed Concord, you would be playing Destiny PvP right now. Because that's basically what it was, but in a worse product. Completely unbalanced and, you know, broken in some ways. Whereas Destiny is completely unbalanced, a bit broken, but at least it's getting updates. If these people actually genuinely liked Concord, they would be playing Destiny PvP. It's free to play as well, and they're still not playing it. So, Infinite, it will be one approval that they have to go through. So that will cost them roughly $10,000. And once they've done that, that's it. It doesn't get anything else. Hey, Kel, how's it going? I can hear my cat crying around there, so I'm just gonna go deal with him for a sec. Chili, I'm gonna leave chair in your capable hands, and hopefully you can keep chat entertained for a few minutes. I'll be right back, chat. weird. I'm getting chili left, and it turns out my cat was wailing at another cat. So, all good. No, he was at the window, talking with another cat on the opposite side of the window.
Wow. I've been muted this entire time and I didn't realize nobody responded. I was talking to myself. I was talking about how cool Chair Sammer is, and man, I've been talking to myself this entire time.
It's alright, Chili. We still love you.
Hey, chat. I was bringing up the whole live service. Everyone talk about live service. I'm like, remember when they brought up Ubisoft? And I was like, remember when they announced Beyond Good and Evil 2? No, 3 or whatever it is. The Beyond Good and Evil game they announced. And they announced there's a live service game eventually. And then they announced it that they're too lazy to make their own art. And they announced that people should submit their art to the game.
Really?
Don't you remember that they had that competition where submit your art and your art will be in the game?
I do.
Before the game even yeah. That game's still not real. And I don't think it's still not been cancelled yet officially. Where it's been cancelled, I don't know. Man. I was talking about how good Chair Sammer is and how you know.
Chair Sammer is good.
I think it's because I muted myself to have a drink of water, and then I just didn't look down because.
So, chat.
What flavor crisps? That's important.
So this is weird. This one is burger sauce flavor.
Okay.
I didn't think it would work, but it does. The McCoy's burger sauce flavor. I didn't think it would work, but it does.
I think the only McCoys I like is the steak.
I think that's just so boring, though. So bland. Their Thai one is really good.
Yeah. Salt and vinegar, the best. See, for salt and vinegar, it's discos. Because I feel like I'm licking a block of salt with each bite. You can't tell me that salt and vinegar discos have the same amount of salt as every other. They're ridiculously salty.
Oh yeah.
Like they're less potato, more salt.
What game bags?
Beyond Good and Evil, probably.
All right.
I mean, supposedly Arc Systems are also working on another game as well as that Marvel game as well. So imagine if they announce Capcom versus Marvel
It's
by
coming.
Arc System. By the way,
I guess
the Super Mario Pringles, not good. I tried them recently. Don't try them.
they're just ready sorted.
No, they taste the ones I tasted like no, because it's different flavors.
All right.
The one I had tasted like pickles for some reason.
Now my kid just likes ready sorted, and that's it.
Oh yeah, Ready Sword is a good one.
So who's buying this?
No. There's no. I have a PSVR, but I've never had anything else.
I got the PSVR 2. Sony got me a little excited when they said they're releasing 4 new PSVR 2 games. No single player AAA games though, just PSVR.
Yeah. What the hell is that?
I don't know, I've not seen it. But I want that controller.
It's like it's trying to be Sephiroth's theme, but done by Temu. No. I mean, you lost me just from the music. I'm sorry. No.
Yeah, same Blaze. I've got the Meta Quest 3 and the PSVR 2. just no reason for me to pick this up.
Yeah.
As much as I want that controller, because that controller is really sexy. I really like the controller. But don't judge me. I just really like it, man.
Look,
It's
it's nice. It's just the analog sticks in the wrong place.
Nah, they're in the perfect place.
I do like how they clash there. That right now, that there is cool.
Yep. And hey, if you want to play the new Deadpool game, you need a MetaQuest 3S or a free.
You do. You're right.
Mm-hmm.
With not Ryan Reynolds.
Or if you want to play the new Assassin's Creed.
Oh yeah. Well, one of the new ones. There's so many coming out.
Resident Evil 4.
Yeah, that's true.
Meta has actually got quite a good number of exclusives.
Yeah.
Batman VR.
Yeah.
Look, I don't often like controllers. I don't, right? But I really like that one. And it's like the PlayStation one, right? This Crimson Comet Red, whatever it's called, it's my favorite color. This is the only controller that I've actually, design-wise, really liked on PlayStation.
I just wish it was smaller.
And you know what?
It's...
Thank you, Sony, for the free gift. I'm telling you, man. They treated me good.
I'm jealous. I bought so many now. I want a free one.
How many free stuff did Persona get?
What do you mean?
The PlayStation content creator.
I don't know. I don't know what they had a free. They had to log the whole account for free, but everything was reset once the game came out.
Yeah, the content creator was crying that they don't get any free stuff. They don't get acknowledged by Sony.
Well, it's Atlas, right, for Persona?
No, the guy that talks his handle is Persona.
Yeah.
Like I'm Chaos, he's Persona.
Yeah.
Not the game Persona. He just calls himself Persona.
My brain is on Persona because the gacha game dropped today.
I know. I want to try it.
It's a lot of fun. It's basically just the game.
Yeah.
So you could probably get free stuff from Xbox. Probably. You're not wrong, Devin. I could probably ask for free codes from Xbox and get them.
But you know what? I'm guaranteed that there's more chance that you will get it before I do.
In fact, I think I have got Xbox codes before in the past because they've run out of PlayStation codes and I'm like, I can't accept it. I feel like that's something I've actually said before.
I mean, it's weird, right? Because even when I go to Ubisoft and they offer me what code do I want, I usually say Xbox. So I can showcase the Xbox version to community. Yeah. And they're like, sorry, we don't have any. Would you like a PlayStation or PC version? I'm like, I can't win. This is really good.
Oh, not this game.
Everyone needs to play this. I am being mindful of the time, so I am going to switch to the
not this
Capcom
game,
thing.
no. It looks very pretty, but all I can think about now is that toxic person that's like, oh my god, it sold, the franchise sold so much compared to Final Fantasy.
Oh yeah, that guy's an idiot.
I'm like, a discounted game that has been given away for free has sold more than a game that's full price.
Take it easy, Benisha. Well, you saw my response, maybe.
Yeah, I saw your response. Your response was probably the most reasonable out of all of them.
I'm really looking forward to this. I love the first two. But man, the twist at the end of the second game was crazy.
I've never played any of them. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, Blades. That twist at the... Did you finish the second game, Blades? This is Little Nightmares 3, yeah. Yeah. Completed, dude. That twist at the end, it goes full circle to the first game. Seriously. It's so good. The collector's edition of this is really nice as well. And it's actually really well priced. That's a lot of additions for this game, though. I'm just going to say. There you go. That's the Mirror edition, and that's the McDaddy edition. That looks really cool. Like I said, I think this is like £100. I want to say yes, PS5 blows. I played a lot of games on Dreamcast. But yeah, for those of you that are looking forward to this, it is coming. And I, for one, cannot wait.
I think the only Dreamcast games I ever played was Sonic Adventure.
What we need is a Burning Ranges. And if you're wondering why Steam is dying, apparently these are the sales that are going on. Who here's played Burning Ranges?
No, never.
As you were?
Yeah, because I downloaded Persona on my laptop, and it took ages because it kept crashing. Had to switch to a different like region to download it. You know, when you download.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was connected to London, and it was just like, cannot connect to content server.
Yeah, Bags, there were so many people trying to buy stuff on Steam because of the Steam sale. The pages weren't loading.
And stuff wasn't downloading, even if you bought it. I mean, I know a lot of people want that Star Wars bundle because it's so cheap.
There's a Star Wars bundle?
I think it's Battlefront, right? In the first picture.
I don't know. I just see, for some reason, in new and trending, there is never anything decent here. It's always pretty much adult-rated games. I mean, maybe someone's interested in Isekai Sex Boutique. Like, why would I be? Why would that be trending? The game has to sell.
Trending just means
it means what?
Trending just means a lot of people are playing it and downloading it.
I know, that's the problem. But no one's going to admit to owning it.
I think the only weird game like that I've ever owned is Hatterful Boyfriend.
That's just
you ever heard of that one?
Yes, I have. The bird.
Yeah, I even got some plushies from the official merch. Yeah, the bird dating simulator. I even have the Christmas version.
These guys have been wanting my Steam account for ages. There'll be nothing left of my Steam account if I gave it out. What Star Wars set were you talking about?
Yeah, Battlefront 2. I think it's $2.
Battlefront 2, £3.49. 90% off. That's not bad at all. Look at them. Pretty please. You know what? I'll just make a new Steam account and give you guys that one. That works, right?
Are you talking about giving them your account name?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought you meant like actually your account for a second. I was
God,
confused.
Oh, God, no. But, yeah, the account. They want my username. I've seen what they do to Alex.
It's okay. I'll link it here now. Chaos Lover XXX cast. And oh wait, no, he made a new one, right? Dreamcast guy friend. That's his new Steam account.
No. Yeah, you had it and forgot it. You were going to reveal it, I know. But thankfully, I know that you forget things quite easily. I know, right, Bob?
Nobody's gonna. Everyone's gonna know mine. It's just chilly.
But if you guys want, I'll make a account specifically for stream. I know, Remy. So, Final Fantasy X Remake and X3.
Please don't.
It will be announced for the anniversary, apparently. Would Auron's daughter be playable?
No, 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 God, no, no, God, no, 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 no.
This is my favorite Final Fantasy of all time.
You don't want 10-3.
I do.
No, you don't. What? You do know the plot for 10-3, right?
Sin comes back.
Yeah, and
I want to know how.
And Tidus kicks a ball and blows up, and becomes a talking head.
Look, I don't care. I want to know how Sin comes back and destroys the world again.
I mean, it's Sin. Sin always comes back, technically.
No, because you
if
killed.
they want to go metaphorically.
No, but you defeated. And you didn't make... when you defeat Sin, the actual thing inside Sin is what you need to stop, taking over the final Aeon. And they did that.
Yeah.
So Sin is gone.
Yeah.
You defeated
But
Jet.
it's back now.
Yeah, but how? I will, Rabbi. We've got time.
But no. 10, sure. Remake 10 and 10-2. Because 10-2 is one of the greatest Final Fantasy games of all time.
We need a 10-3. We need to finish the story.
10-2, Yuna became an independent woman that didn't need no man. Would ruin the plot of 10-2.
No, it wouldn't. Because look, Auron's daughter will be the new playable character.
The ghost man, who is dead. Or it didn't even exist in the first place. I don't know. Was he real?
Oh, you mean the other guy? In 10-2.
Auron. Oh, yeah, that's Shui. Shui?
Yeah.
Shui?
Oh, Auron existed. He just existed 3,000 years ago.
Yeah, yeah, sure. And his daughter's going to be playable. She's going to be 3,000. She's going to be 2,950.
No, but how does he exist if the Faith are dead?
Yeah, he shouldn't. Just like how Tidus shouldn't exist.
He didn't exist. He faded.
Yeah. Yeah. And now he's back.
Did you play 11 to the end?
11.
Yeah. Did you finish Rhapsodies of... Did you finish Rhapsodies of... Okay. When you finish Rhapsodies of Vanadil, the ending to 10-2 is pretty much the same as that.
Okay. Yeah. With see, I don't want to say it because I used to watch a YouTuber back in the day, and he had a really awkward name for the
It is not rubbish.
Yeah, the very awkward name for the machine that you fire at the end, and I don't want to say it because I'm trying not to say it because it's the only thing that comes to my head every time now.
Yeah, do you want me to tell you the ending to 11?
Sure.
Chat, you're okay with it? Yeah, the game is like super old, so by now everyone should have played it. So the only way for you to defeat the World of Darkness, after one of the characters travel back in time to warn you while the World of Darkness is...
I know her, right? She's the daughter of Tenzin.
Yeah. So you split yourself into two. You have a light version and a dark version. And that's what you believed would be the way to lead the future. But in order to defeat the World of Darkness, you have to combine yourself. But the power between the two actually kills you. And you do die at the end of Final Fantasy XI. But the actual gods, they, Arcana, she basically says, I don't have all eternity. My power is waning. But as long as I exist, you will exist. When I fade from existence, so will you. That's when the server shut down.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's literally just the servers.
Yeah,
man, that's cool though.
Yeah,
that is cool though.
They actually ended the story.
Yeah.
All right, let's get through these.
That's cool.
Go on.
Oh, that's cool though. But no, we don't need this.
We absolutely do need this. F in the chat for Chili, man. His bad mouth in Final Fantasy X. We can't have that.
No, I'm bad mouthing Fantasy X-3.
So, apparently, Final Fantasy XIV is having a really bad time. I'm just going to blitz through the last two sections, and then we jump onto the Capcom thing. F-Chaos, go away. Final Fantasy Dawn Trail, which I believe didn't do very well. It just had a lot of problems, and they changed the core of the game. It was an experiment, it failed, and Woklamat is, well, I don't know where she is right now because I still need to play the game. I stopped after the expansion. I'm sure she is. Saying, scene! Exactly. But apparently it's dropped back to mostly negative on Steam as of patch 7.25, which apparently people didn't enjoy. Now, I don't know why. Maybe Chili, you can have
One of the issues with Oculent Crescent is the fact that it has something called the Fork Tower, which is the new raid.
Right.
But how it worked in the last one was the fact that, you know, when in Boja, not in Boja, but in Eureka, remember it was random, but you had to go to the portals. And then for Boja, they made it so that you could queue up together.
So they basically went back to thing. Right, I understand.
But Forked, it's random. But not just random, it's anyone on the server as well. So not just, you know, before you had to jump into the portals to get in Eureka. So you still had to portal jump to actually do it. With how this works is you talk to an NPC, give them an item, and at any point when the thing pops up randomly, because it's based on a weather pattern, you then get teleported in randomly. So the issue is this, and also because of this, Discords have been designed. Like, if you want to do it, there's a huge chance you're not going to be getting in because Discords have booked up servers for months in advance where only they are allowing themselves in. And if you go in there without them, they blacklist you and report you. So it's not just the game itself that's been toxic, but it's also the player base that's acting toxic as well. So it's not good. And then the mobile version has also shown a lot of quality of life stuff that people wanted. And
yeah, but that's because of money.
Because of they even said the fact that they couldn't make a normal and savage version of Fork Tower because they didn't have the money to do it. And a lot of people took that and complained as well, saying, you know.
Well, this pretty much explains that.
Yeah.
Are you aware that since Final Fantasy XIV Golden Legacy, the quality of the game has declined and fans have been moving away from it? This is pretty much true. I understand since the end of Final Fantasy XIV with the finale of Dawn, which is the 10-year saga, we are moving on from Golden Legacy to the next decade. The development team will do everything in their power to make sure you enjoy the game after 8.0. That is a long time away, by the way. That's like another year away. So
a year and a half, maybe, if I'm right.
So this is a long time away for them to kind of do this, and they're going to need to really do something. Now, part of the reason is being blamed on Yoshida. Also, producer Yoshida is doing several jobs at the same time. Now, during his time within the first 10-year saga, Yoshi P was pretty much devoted to Final Fantasy XIV. But recently, he worked on Final Fantasy 11 came later, though. And it wasn't really doing much.
No, he's always been.
Yeah, but it wasn't really doing much.
11, but not much.
It was maintenance.
Yeah.
But, with Final Fantasy 16, the next Final Fantasy that's coming, he's clearly going to have a big role in these. So it's divided his time and attention. And it says Yoshida is doing several jobs at the same time, and some people think he is too busy to concentrate on 14. But I believe that the work he is currently doing at the same time will definitely be useful as experience for Final Fantasy XIV. Now,
that is correct.
That could be correct, but at the present time right now, when they really need some attention, nothing in that game has really changed over the last 12 years. I mean, the relics requiring tombstones just to progress is pretty disappointing.
Well, you need to do the Atma first. No, you need to do the Atma grind first, and then it's tomes.
Oh, they've gone back to Atma, so they're just rehashing content. There's nothing
you've
new.
got to do the Atma grind, and then once you've done... I like it, actually. I like the fact that there's the Atma grind.
But it's nothing new.
And then once you've got your first weapon, then you can then get future weapons with tomes.
Yeah, but it's nothing new. They should have added
it's nothing new, but
I
do like the mix of the two. I'm going to give them credit for that.
So
anyway,
it's almost time. Quickly going through, so hopefully Final Fantasy XIV finds its way, because I do want to get back into it and start playing it, because, well, I've been playing it for such a long time. The 360 received a new update.
Oh, wow.
It received a new update where now they have ads on your dashboard. And the ads on the dashboard say, buy an Xbox Series X or a Series S. So after all this time, the 360 gets a new update, and it's to put ads on your dashboard to tell you to go buy a new Xbox. This is a real thing. This is actually real. They've actually done this. They've released... This is crazy. They've actually released an OS update that puts ads on your dashboard to tell you to go and buy an Xbox. Experience next-gen performance upgrade today.
Wasn't it Don Matrick that said if you don't have internet, you should buy an Xbox 360, right?
Yeah.
Was it? Right, they should, for this advert, have a picture of Don Matrick saying, it seems you have internet access, you should go buy an Series X.
And the final thing I'm going to show you guys before we quickly jump over is this collector's edition, which I really, really want. This acrylic panorama looks so sick. I just want it for that, to be fair. But Luna is getting Luna is getting a collector's edition. There's no link, but you're gonna get like a bunch of stuff. Kind of cool. Extra large t-shirt, so that will actually fit me for a change. But that's really good magnification, by the way. But these actually look really nice. So I really want these.
Right. I'm actually down to an extra large t-shirt, so I'm proud of myself.
All right, so here we go.
Hey, look. It's probably going to be a lot of Monster Hunter, a lot of Resident Evil. Maybe we'll get details on that other one.
Now, let's take a look at today's first title.
Hey, first title, just in time.
Let me guess, Monster Hunter.
Nah, this is going to be Pragmata.
It isn't just a dream. It's a promise.
I forgot that Pragmata was then. I knew it was
reality.
Hey, Tickle Beans.
Our third generation of Luna filament and advanced generative AI.
oh my god, Overwatch.
We're reshaping the line between dreams
Car!
and reality.
Sorry.
Create life for our future.
I swear that's the JPEG that people use.
Delphi Corporation.
Bell Delphine Corporation.
Let's see about getting patched through to Earth.
Mate, where did
Why are
you
these
come
things
from?
trying to kill us?
Oh, I hope you enjoyed it, Tickle.
There you are. All better.
Patch me up.
Turn the stream up a bit? Yeah, sure.
I am DI03367. They are
Whoa,
pragmatic
whoa,
creators.
hang on a second. Don't you have a name or something? I'm good. Get behind me.
I think I can help.
I mean, she was on your shoulders for most of the time.
Isn't she just
Finally.
Clara from HSR?
Neutralizing threats.
Finally, Robon Simulator.
Looks like we're gonna have to.
What do you mean
find
I'm a
our way
furry? I am not a furry.
through. What the?
You have no proof of this.
Hooking control protocols. Initiating hack.
She's your ghost.
E.I.
I said I am DI.
Okay. Look,
Let me guess,
how
Diana.
about we call
Diana?
you Diana?
Hey, I called it.
So it was the same trailer from the last one. It's real. Coming to Xbox Prime. Let's go.
Introducing Capcom's newest IP, Pragmata,
Isn't this?
an
okay.
all-new science
Oh,
fiction
this
action
is-
adventure with a unique hacking twist. It's been a while since we first announced it, but we're excited to have the game ready for you in 2026.
I wonder what
Today
happened
we
to
will
this.
go over some of the unique points of Pragmata.
I mean, Capcom had financial
Encountering
issues for a
an
while,
android
right? So
with a
probably
heart.
just financial stuff.
You play
No,
as
it's
Hugh
been doing really well
Williams,
financially.
a member of a team sent to investigate
Now-
a lunar research facility that's lost contact.
Last gen, they
When
were
a lunar
screwed.
quake strikes,
Yeah, last
Hugh
gen.
is separated from the team.
And
He
this
finds
project would have
himself
started
saved
last
by
gen because of
Diana,
how early
an
it was
android
announced.
girl.
There you are. All
I am
better.
streaming a Capcom Spotlight.
Now they must
Refresh
work
your page.
together to return to Earth. Hugh, a bit sarcastic, but a kind soul. And Diana.
I am streaming it, right? It
curious
looks like
and
I'm streaming it.
Yeah, you are.
enigmatic
At least I'm watching it on your.
This is
I don't
how
know if
an
it's on-
unlikely adventure between a human
Yeah.
and android begins. A mix of puzzle and action.
Boo!
In
Puzzle.
Pragmata, combat begins with disarming the enemy's armor. Otherwise, you will find it difficult to inflict any real damage. This is where Diana
Gun!
comes in. Let's use her hacking
Oh my
ability
God.
on this enemy. Moving the cursor through the panel,
Hey, they're
you
using
take down their armor.
Roblox stuff now.
And now, it's Hugh's turn.
I can say,
Take aim
I remember
at
that
the
Mass
enemy's weak
Effect.
points. Passing through more blue
Roblox did it
nodes
first.
increases damage, and the enemy's armor stays exposed for longer. With an arsenal of unique weapons, take on the rampaging boss. What enemy will you hack first? What weapon will you use? Thinking on the fly in the heat of combat, and how you handle the multi-sided situation will be key for success.
Man, that fly.
We can't wait
Just
for you to
doesn't go
try this
away.
compelling new combat system. The AI-controlled Lunar Research Station. In Pragmata, your adventures take place at a lunar research station. They are researching a new material that can
That's
be
what
used
I was
to
thinking,
3D
Brick.
print almost anything.
It has to happen, right?
From microchips
It is going to happen.
cars and giant structures.
Ah,
Now,
Oh,
however,
friend.
the Lunar Research Station
Ah,
seems
friend.
void of human activity.
I'm looking forward to
Only
this.
the lifeless world and the
yeah.
AI remain.
This is probably one of the best games Capcom has announced for a while.
Use your thrusters to
in my
move
opinion.
around the Lunar Research Station. You will also need to hack the systems blocking your progress. By combining their abilities,
I do
you
hope
and
it's a
Diana
decent
can
length.
explore this world together.
The music reminds me of Fantasy
Pragmata
XIV.
will be available on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X, S, and Steam.
Let's go!
This summer,
Exclusive to
we'll also
Xbox!
have public hands-on
PlayStation!
for Pragmata.
Yay!
Xbox!
Experience the gameplay you just saw
That's going to be a play
firsthand,
at Gamescom.
including the thrilling combination
I really
of
wanted to go to
puzzle and
Gamescom this
action
year.
combat.
I was going to at one point, but then because a
We
mate
are
was going to
looking
go, but
forward
then
to
they
many more
cancelled.
events where you can
So-
get your hands on Pragmata.
Next year, I'll go with you.
Yeah. Hopefully by then I'll get to 10,000 subs. I said I'd go this year
Please
if I got
look
to
out for
10,000
more
subs.
information on Pragmata on our official
I didn't get
social
there.
channels,
I don't have
website,
enough
and
people that like me.
stores.
I
Way
like
too many
you.
that wants to
And
assassinate me.
don't forget to follow and to add Pragmata to your wish list.
Steam
I like
exclusive. I know you do, buddy. And I appreciate it.
It's finally switched to exclusive Pragmata.
Shoulder riding Balrog.
Only 120 FPS. By the way, did you read
Check out the latest trailer for Sagat.
Balrog from what's it called? Did you hear the rumor that 50 Cent is going to play Balrog?
Really?
I don't know how true it is, but supposedly, yeah.
Hey, I'm 5'9", I'm not that short.
I mean, compared to me, you're a giant.
See?
より多くの方々にゲームを遊んでいただいて開発一同大変嬉しく思っています。また先日
I mean,
イヤー3に
it's
登
not
場する
saying much,
キャラク
but
タ
yeah.
ーのラインナップも発表させていただきました。イヤー3ではサガット、
Yeah.
クリムゾンバイパー、アレックス、
Don't forget to
そ
sub
して
chat
イングリ
if
ッド
you're
は
enjoying
登
the
場する予
stream.
定です。
Consider subscribing. We are trying to get to 10,000 subs by the end of this year.
Yes! Sagat!
少しだけではありますが、
It is
ご用意いたしました
possible.
どうぞご覧くださ
I
い。
am doing a shameless plug. So you should absolutely subscribe if you haven't done so yet.
Do it! Subscribe!
Hey, come on, let's go! Wait for me!
Oh, there is a
Well,
game I'm really
weird.
looking forward to next year. It's on
What's
PC
that?
only at the moment. It's called. I'll put it on stream. After
It's
before
called
I
I'll
finish.
put it on stream. That's my favourite game.
I don't know. I said I'll put it on stream. But it's actually called Editorial.
Yeah.
And I'm very interested in it.
Is he carrying is he Tao Pai Pai from Dragon Ball?
I don't know. He just he's walked onto the scene and said, "Look, just because Kratos can do it, I can do it too." Okay, so I have to ask, why bring it all the way there just to smash it? Why not smash it all the way back there?
The Emperor of Muay Thai, Sagat, is ready for battle.
Why bring
Players
it
can
all the
also
way
get
here
the
just to
World
bring
Tour
it here when you're gonna
experience
break it all
with
the way
Sagat
back
deep
there?
in the mountains of Thailand. The Emperor makes his landing on August 5th.
I know my friend bought Street Fighter just to play as him.
To prepare for Sagat's
Style.
release, the Sagat
Screw
Arrives
style.
Fighting Pass
I'm
will
lazy.
be available starting from July 4th.
You have no idea.
Premium rewards include Sagat's Wanderer avatar gear.
What?
And we've also prepared some throwback stickers and emotes. From Sagat's days as the boss of the original Street Fighter,
Yeah, because he was one of the only characters
we're
in
also
Street Fighter
increasing
1.
the amount of
that
content
was-
in the
yeah.
Fighting Pass that can
Ryu
be
was
used
in
in
there.
Fighting Ground.
What?
Ryu and Ken was in there.
Use EX Color.
You had Ken, Ryu, and Sagat. That was
Yeah.
it. I think there was
Ken's
5
EX
characters. I think
color.
Bob was in it as well.
What did they do to Ken?
Well, they made him more American.
As well as art and effects to use with the
It
game's
looks
Challenger
rubbish.
customization feature. We're also prepping music tracks to use in fights and more for
Hey,
players.
Gray, how's it going?
Please check it out.
Yeah, Street Fighter
Finally, we have
Street Fighter 1 had
information about the
everyone's favorite characters,
long-anticipated
right?
Outfit 4 content.
Right, everyone's favorite characters.
Check
Street
out
Fighter
the
1.
designs of the 7 characters
You
that
had-
will receive Outfit 4 content with the Sagat
One second.
update.
You had Retsu,
Cammy.
Geki, Joe, Mike,
Luke.
Lee.
Mate, that outfit
Jen,
for Cammy.
Chun-Li,
Chun-Li's
Oh,
outfit.
Hey, Gray.
What?
Jamie,
Okay, can we go back to the last one?
Kimberly,
Okay, we can stick on that one.
and Aki.
Literally.
We're continuing work on Outfit 4 content for these characters.
Yeah.
Cammy or
And
Chun-Li?
of course, are working on Outfit 4 for
Chun-Li.
the rest of the roster. So please stay tuned.
Chun-Li.
本日の情報は以上となりますがいかがだったでしょう
Well, I
か
think I might buy Street
今
Fighter
回
6,
ご紹
everyone.
介したキャラクター
I
や
don't know
ア
why.
イテムの数などに
But
ついて皆様にお届けできるよう開発チーム一丸となって最
I
終
feel like
調
there's
整
at
に
least
取り
two
組んでおりま
reasons.
す後日サガットのゲームプレイトレーラーの公開も予定しております
I
の
see
で
four.
楽しみにしていただければと思います
That's what I said, at least
こ
two.
れからもストリートファイタ
I see
ー
four
6
in
をどうぞよろしくお願いし
Each
ます
single picture.
Next, an update from Capcom Esports. We'd like to tell you about the Capcom Pro Tour, a global competition for the world's best players.
Guile isn't bad, but
Players
his
the world
gameplay
over will
requires you
battle
to
it
be
out in
really
regional
forward-thinking
qualifying
in
tournaments.
how you play.
The Capcom
rather
Pro
than
Tour 2025
versatile.
Singles Tournament Tour is now
Because you have to
accepting
charge his
entries.
moves, so you kind of have
Anyone is
to
welcome to join.
always be thinking ahead. And that's,
Compete for a spot in the Capcom
you know,
Cup 12 tournament.
if you're that sort of
which will
player,
determine
great.
the
But
world
if you're not,
champion.
you're not going to enjoy it.
Just like last year, the tournament will be held in the Ryogoku Kokugikan Arena in Japan. The champion of this year's tournament will once again receive a whopping $1 million prize. You won't want to miss out on the intense battles this year as players fight to become world champion. For more information about the tournament schedule and how to enter, check the
Sonic
Capcom
Boom!
Esports website.
Sorry.
This one?
This acclaimed new fusion of action and strategy, Kunitsugami, Path of the Goddess, has released on the Nintendo Switch 2.
I think this is
And due to-
actually better
In
for
this
Switch than it is for any other platform.
Japanese-inspired world, with exhilarating dance-like sword action,
And due to input lag,
strategize
if you press a
and
button
fight
now, you
alongside
can probably
villagers
see
as
the
you
action
enjoy
in
this
2 days.
unique game experience. You can also use the new features of the Switch 2 and play using mouse controls. Have fun playing with the controls you want.
It actually would work better, right?
Compatible with
With
handheld
mouse.
mode. You can enjoy the game anytime,
Really?
anywhere.
The Switch game is compatible in handheld. Man, such
Innovation.
Kunitsugami,
innovation.
Path of the Goddess, is available now.
Sorry, I can't. I'm trying to be sarcastic, but I can't.
I know.
I hate when they
action
say
and
that.
strategy is further enhanced with the new extra content, Otherworldly
DLC.
Venture, added to all available platforms.
For a second, I thought it was going to be only
In
for
the
Switch.
Otherworld, beyond the Torii gates,
Yeah.
protect the maiden from nightly attacks of the sea.
I know, right, Brick? Those skins have
as you earn
nothing on
reward by
Snowbreak.
outlasting each wave of enemies. On an ever-changing battlefield, determine who will fight and win, and how to best use your rewards. Aim for a high score amid infinite strategies in this challenging and satisfying gameplay mode. How long will you be able to defend the maiden from the seethe in the Otherworld?
I'm not. I'm just going to let him die.
Following
10
its
minutes.
initial release on
Nope.
July
I'm just gonna
19th
let him die.
last year, Kunitsugami, Path of the Goddess, will celebrate its 1-year anniversary next month.
I tried this. I just couldn't get into it.
We have prepared a small token of our appreciation for the many fans who have played the game.
Oh, what is it?
Sounds like a gacha game, by the
I
way.
played
the way
it.
They worded that. Vampire Survivors? Ah.
Presenting Yashichi Waves, a Mazo talisman that changes some music in the main game to 8-bit style.
Ah, make it worse.
8-bit music is cool. depending on the track.
If the music was designed for 8-bit in mind, then sure.
This can be obtained
But if
in
your
a free
game
update
music isn't
available
really
at a
designed
later
for it, a lot of the
date
time
to
it
both
becomes
new and
worse by
existing
making it like that.
players.
Or it's not
Please
even
look
really
forward
8-bit.
to the update
You
coming
just say it's
soon.
8-bit.
Wait, he just said to new and existing.
Kunitsugami,
He just said if you've been
Path of
playing
the
it since day
Goddess
one, we got a
is
surprise for
available
you.
now on all shown
So
platforms.
why is new players getting it?
Try the
Gatekeep
game's
that
unique
shit.
experience for yourself now.
I supported this game day one on Game Pass.
Next, please take a look at today's lineup of Capcom titles. 8 action and fighting games make their returns,
Thank you, Bob.
including the legendary
No
Capcom
sandwich.
vs.
Dreamcast
SNK
guy is
series.
just weird.
Enjoy training mode and a gallery featuring sounds and artwork,
Power
as well as easy-to-use one-button specials. Capcom Fighting Collection 2 is available now.
I think I have that.
Reclaim your
I think
destiny.
I bought that.
A remaster
Why does he
from
look
the
like he's
swordplay
pouting?
action series Onimusha. A memorable cast of characters.
I want to see how this
returns
game is
to
going
weave
to
their
sell
deep
because a
and
lot of
complex
people
tale anew.
Not
were
well, probably.
super excited. I got
Experience
shat all
the
over
classic
because I
graphics
wasn't
and
super
gameplay
excited for this game.
refined for modern consoles.
It's not going to sell well
The
at all.
remaster
I played it
of
back in the day,
Onimusha
and I
2
don't just-
Samurai's
I'm just not
Destiny is
excited for
available
it.
now. Onimusha, Way of the Sword. The next entry in the swordplay action game series is coming in 2026. Set in early Edo period Kyoto, the protagonist, Miyamoto Musashi, will face his formidable rival,
I agree,
Sasaki
Bold.
Ganbi.
Classic choice.
How will the clash between them unfold? Stay tuned for more. Capcom Digital Sale is here.
Let's go!
Ooh.
Digital sale!
Monster Hunter Wilds is on sale for the first time.
I've seen the sale
Experience
price.
most evolved
It
action
knocked
and
£5 off
improved
the price.
immersion in any Monster Hunter today.
I mean, it's only been out for like a month and a half.
Also, make sure to check out
Wilds has
other
been out for
Monster
ages.
Hunter games.
Oh, I'm thinking of the new one, right?
Yeah,
In
Wilds.
celebration of the horror
been out for a
series'
while now.
latest thrilling news,
Couple of
Resident
months.
Evil games are on sale at great prices.
Remake Trilogy is one I might buy.
But that's not all. Dragon's Dogma 2.
Nope.
Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection.
I mean,
Arcade
out of those,
Classics.
Dogma 2 probably.
You know what? I
Ace
might buy
Attorney titles and more
Dead
are on
Rising.
sale too. Don't miss out
Mega
on
Man,
this great
maybe.
chance to pick up these must-play hit games. From the creators of the
Red-
latest
I love
Resident
the fact-
Evil.
I do love the fact that they hid the 9s in Requiem.
Yeah.
But I have a weird watch that Capcom sent me years ago still. I don't know if it works. It's a Resident Evil watch.
開発のコンセプトは病みつきになる恐怖というのを掲げてます。
Which concept though? From what I've heard, you had quite a
そこのカタ
few.
ルシスってやっぱこう脳汁が出るんですよね。それ自体が
I heard you had quite a few
遊びたいっていう中毒性を持る。
Who, me?
そこに徹底的にフォー
No, I'm
カスしてみた
saying-
ら
no, these-
怖い
they
け
said,
ど
um,
ゲームとしても楽しいそういうのが作れるんじゃない
Concept.
かなっていうの
But
が
from what I've heard, they had
僕の
multiple
出発
different versions of this game.
This game is woke? Why would
バイ
this
オハ
game
ザ
be
ードリ
woke?
クイエムは、シングルプレイ
I mean,
かつ
probably because it has a lady?
オフラインのゲーム
I'm
と
guessing
なってい
power?
ます
Even
バ
though
イオ
he's
ハザー
not
ド
probably
の
not
一
going to be
番
the main
重要な
character
のは
for all the
恐怖
game.
体験だと思うんで
I
す
mean,
け
it
ども
makes sense for her to be the
今
main
作においては
character,
その
right?
恐怖体験っていうところ
It's
に
Ethan's
Well, yeah.
daughter.
フィーチャーした内容に仕上がってるんじゃない
Whose
かなと
daughter?
思ってます
Or am I
Who
thinking
did
of
you
the
say
wrong
it's
character? Ethan.
今
No,
回の主
it's
人
not
公
Ethan's
は
daughter.
FBI 捜査官グレース
It's the daughter from the character from
内
Outbreak.
Yeah,
容
yeah,
的で怖がりバイオハザードとしては
What happened to
新しい
Ethan's
タイプ
daughter?
のキャラクターを作ろうとしてます
We don't know.
プレイヤーと同じ目線で一緒になって怖がれるこういうキャラクターを
Hey, Outbreak was like the best
物語
Resident
の
Evil
中
game.
でも恐怖を克服し成長していくんですけども FBI 捜査官なので銃の扱いも
Look, this looks insane.
冷静な推理力とかを発揮しつつ活躍するキャラクタ
This
ー
is going to look so good.
レオンを主人公
on
に
my
しようっていうのは
new Xbox
実は
PC
ずっとあったんですけどもどうしてもレオンを使った
It looks so good
バチバチのホラーっていうのが
On your
割と
Xbox
難しい
PC?
Yeah.
Because I'm not buying it anyway.
びっくりするとかそういうレオンってそんなみんな見
I
た
will
くない
never forget.
ところで
I will
ちょっと
never
あと組み合わ
forget
せ悪いな
Capcom
って
and
いう
Sony's trolling me that one time. Okay. I will never forget them for this. you know, when the PSVR was going through Eurogamer as a testing, for the try the PSVR for the first time. I found out the press was supposed to sign up for it. I didn't know there was a sign up, right? Anyway, so I went up to one of them and then like, could I try it? And they're like, oh no, it's fully booked. But we'll put your name down. If someone cancels, we'll let you in, right? I'm like, oh, okay, thank you. Anyway, I walked away. Literally as I was walking away, I got text message saying, oh, someone cancelled, come back. So I came back and they're like, yeah, we've got this VR game that not many people want to be playing and they sure enjoyed it. And I'm like, yeah, sure. And then it was the kitchen demo in VR. And like, it's funny, like I'm just sat there, like I'm not good with horror, and I'm just sat there and then suddenly I'm screaming like a girl. And supposedly, I don't know if the footage ever went live, but supposedly there was people recording, for like reactions. And supposedly they heard me screaming and they ran round to record me. Again, I don't know if that footage ever went live, but yeah, supposedly the group of people just ran round to record
I think
me
I
screaming
speak
and
for
panicking.
everyone when we say we want to see that footage. Just gonna put it
I
out
don't know
there.
if it exists. I don't know if it exists anywhere. I just know that that's what they said that,
Yo, Devin, if you want to be number one, all you need to do is just gift 5 subs. It's really that simple. And then
I know there's the footage of me trying to pretend to be Fat Princess. That exists.
It's only $1.
No, I don't think it's $1 to gift 5 subs.
No,
You can't gift $1.
You can now.
You can't do that. Can you? Because last time I saw, it's still 5.
I enabled $1 I think.
I don't even have the option to gift.
バイオハザードレクイエムは2026年2月27日に発売予定です。2026年3月にバイオハザードシリーズ30周年を迎えます。30周年記念タイトルの名に恥じぬようなゲームとして本作リリースしたいなというふうに思っております。
Hey, my rewards are back. Nice.
Okay.
大きく方針を転換して、
Yeah, the minimum is £24 for
Further
gifting 5
interviews with the creators that
What,
didn't
for-
fit into today's presentation
for you.
will be released today on the Resident
Oh, it must be
Evil
just
portal.
people. No, I'm pretty sure you can do it for 1.
Register your Capcom ID to see the rest.
For 1, it's £5.
基本触っちゃいけないもんだと。
Here.
Get ready, hunters. The guild has authorized a new Monster Hunter showcase for you.
皆さんこんにち
There
は
you go, Chaos.
モンスターハンターワイルズプロデューサーの辻本です。おかげさまで多くのハンターの皆
He
様に
seems
楽
so
しんでいただいており
determined,
ます
doesn't he?
本当にありがとうございます。
Yeah. It's like,
今日はタイトルアップデート
You will
第
listen
2
to
弾
me.
の情報をディレクターたちと一緒にご紹介したいと思い
I
ます。
sent you a Discord
そ
message.
れではご紹介いたします。
はい、モンスターハンターワイルズアートディレクター藤岡要です。お願いします。
はい、モンスターハンターワイルズディレクターの徳田です。よろしくお願いします。
はい、それでは早速ですが無料タイトルアップデート第2弾のプロモーション映像をご覧ください。
interesting.
どうぞ。
That's really weird. It should offer you the $1.
I think that's only for yourself. I don't think you can
Maybe.
offer the $1 gifted. Because I do see the £1 on my own.
But you should be able to, because that's what I actually saw it on Booms when it became available. Not Boom, on Wii Days. And that's why I enabled mine.
But I still have it in the app. Nice.
The entourage is about to come through. But I wonder what they're gonna say for me. For him, it's feet. For MBG, it was butter.
Yeah, this is like 2 FPS bags, you're right. Oh my god. I have to come back so I can get a Fender guitar. Yeah.
You don't get views like this sitting around back at base camp.
Wait, mine's volume there. And who could enjoy underwater combat?
Everyone, it isn't safe here. Let's head back home.
You will die when this stream is over. Make no mistake.
Isn't that Raphalos?
Yeah, it is. Golden Raphalos.
Who will die? I'm confused.
This thing that's flying around in my room.
はい、というわけ
But I
で
never
いよい
really
よ
got to
皆
play the
様に
Resident Evil
ラギア
remake
クル
series
スのお話が
2,
できる日
3,
が
and
やっ
4.
てまいりましたと。
So this will be that deal is like a perfect
これ
opportunity
本当に
to buy it
グローバルい
and
ろ
get
んなと
into
ころ
it.
に行っても本当にラギア人気がすごくってすごい期待されてすごい
Monster Hunter, I usually play the story and then
皆様に
stop.
登場させる
I don't really
ことをお知らせで
continue
きた
past
と
the story.
実はモンスターハンタートライっていうタイトルからラギアクルスっていうのが出てるんですけどそこはちょっとラギアクルスの開発秘話的なところ
モンスターハンタートライを立ち上げましょうってなって売りになる遊びとかを水中戦とかも作ろうみたいな
Not on stream. I've
で
got
その水中
perfect frame rate
を
at
よりちゃんと面白くするには
10
ラギアクルスが結構面白くならんといかんっていうのもあって
10,000 kilobits.
もともとレウスのライバルみたいな立ち位置をちゃんと作ろうみたいな、いろんな精鋭を集めてラギアチームみたいなの作ってね。
でその時にモンスターの担当してたのはまた徳田。
そうですね。
But the story mode is fun. It doesn't require you to go and endlessly farm for gems.
最初から企画の立ち上げから
The gem
構成して
farming
リリース
just
するとこ
bores
ろ
me.
まで担当させてもらったメインモンスターというところでチームラギアですね。みんなが日々より良いモンスターにするために意見とか
And bold,
アイデアっていうのをぶつけ合い
as
な
the
がら
saying goes,
より良いモンスターに
they
して
had me in the
いく経
first
験
half
っていうのは振り返ってみると
and then lost me in
ク
the
リエイターとしてもすごい
second.
大事な時間を過ごさせてもらったなみたいに思うようなモンスターですね。そうね。
ワイルド
Never a
ス
true
のこだわり
meme.
っていうのをちょっと皆さんにもご説明したいと思うんだけど。
今回は水中ちょっとアクセント的なイベント的なやり取りっていうのはできるんですけど主にやっぱり地上でもやり取りしていただくような設計に変えましたので、昨今のそのプレイヤーのアクションできる幅っていうのも広がりながらそこに対応しつつしかもそのラギアクルスらしさみたいなものを残したアクション設計にするということがまず一つこだわったところです。ラギアクルスってトライの時からそうだったんですけど水中でのこのシルエット縦に伸びた時のシルエットっていうのは本当にかっこよくてそこの迫力っていうのをぜひ感じていただきたいというところがありましたので武器を完全に振ることは自由に振ることはできないんですけれどもちょっとイベント的な水中のアクションっていうのも今回なんとか実装することができましたので、そこも含めて楽しんでいただけるようなモンスターに、仕上がったんじゃないかなと思います。
もちろんラギアクルスが出てくるというとこ
My
ろで
favorite Monster Hunters were probably Freedom and Freedom Unite.
もちろん武器とか防具が作れるっていうところ
If anyone's
は当然
played
ある
those.
と思うんですけどそこら辺で何かあります？
I only ever played Wilds in this.
ので全ての人がね楽しんでもらいたいので操縦コンとかもちょっとなかったのを出させていただいて
Freedom and Freedom Unite. I spent so long on that
思い
game.
出強いモンスターってことも今のスタッフたちも本当に分かってくれてますし本当に一生懸命取り組んでくれました。
なかなか面白い仕上がりになってると思います。
チェックするときに担当じゃない子たちとも見に来たりとかするぐらいBGM とかもすごく
そうねぜひ遊んでいただいてねその辺はね注目していただけたらと思っております。はい、そしてなんとセルレギオスが今回登場しますということでセルレギオスはもともとモンスターハンター 4G というタイトルから登場しているタイトルでモンスターハンター4の無印が実は海外版出てなくって4G から出てるので海外の人も結構セルレギオス馴染みある
Does Tiger X in this one or Naruga
ちょっと
Karuga?
今回のセルレギオスどんな感じになってるかっていうちょっと説明を 軽くでもしてもらえたら。
もともとセルレギオスは結構旋回能力高くて、こうまあレウスと違ってちょっっとこう小回りの利く感じとスピーディーなやり取りみたいなのがもともとのコンセプトにあったんで。
They were horrible to fight, but they were cool fights.
モンスターハンター 4G の時も僕がメインプランナーとして、自らこう、概要から調整まで行った最後のモンスターなんですけど、足の攻撃だと人輪をうまく使ってもうテンポ感を作っていってで後ろの回し切りを使って仕留めてくるようなタイプのモンスターなんですけど、4G の時にモーションの子が提案してくれて面白かったのが斜めのキックしながら移動するみたいなアクションがあったんですけども、こう上下左右にステップするモンスター多くても斜め方向にしかも攻撃あたりを出しながらやるモンスターっていうのがあまりいなくて、そこの特徴がすごく面白いモンスターだなと思ってましたので、今回もその部分っていうのを、アップグレードして自分のアクションをこうぶつけていきながら遊べるようなモンスターとしてセルレギウスは、機能してくれてるんじゃないかなというふうに思います。今ご紹介しましたラギアクルスとセルレギオスは、いずれも星8の、歴戦の個体として、フィールドに登場するようになります。かなり強力なモンスターになっておりますので、自信のある方はぜひチャレンジしてみてください。
For the second Arch-Tempered monster, we'll have Arch-Tempered Uthduna appear for a limited time.
Why a limited time?
You'll be able to forge the new armor sets, Uthduna Gamma and Feline Uthduna Gamma. Arch-Tempered Uthduna will arrive in the future as an event quest and free challenge quest. Crafting the final weapon in a tree allows you to use that weapon as layered equipment. For Artian weapons, you'll get it after fully reinforcing the Rarity 8 weapon. For Palico weapons, you'll need to forge high-rank weapons. We're adding brightness settings and filter effects to photo mode.
That's new. I haven't seen that before.
And in the character display tab, you'll be able to hide your handler, Palico, Sacred, and more.
Oh god, Basil Geese. No,
We're
thank you.
We're planning on continuing to update photo mode to make it easier to use.
No, thank you. You can keep that B-20 bomber to yourself. No one wants him.
We've added the ability to swap handlers. You'll now be able to travel with Eric instead of Alma.
Who wants to travel with Eric? He smells. Alma's much better.
Yeah, Alma's much better. Why would I want
As for
Eric?
support hunters, Mina, a hunter from Best Buy unit who wields a sword and shield, will
I
be
swear
out.
I thought it said Best Buy.
You'll also now be able to select which support hunters
Best
participate
Buy.
in quests.
With a V, but I heard Best Buy at first and I looked at the subtitles.
That's what I said.
Furthermore,
That's
by
what
playing
it didn't.
the
I thought it
content
also
added
said
in the
Best Buy.
update, you'll be able to obtain a myriad of rewards.
Coming to a Walmart names.
Event quests that allow you to forge special
You
equipment.
know, I'm surprised they haven't done something like that yet.
Quests that make it easier to obtain armor spheres
What's
and
that?
decorations.
Like, hey, if you buy this DLC from Walmart, you get like this narrator
challenge
or
quest
this
featuring
person to
Mizutsume.
travel around with you. Or if you
And
go
a
and buy
free
from
challenge
Best
quest
Buy or at
featuring
Tesco's or at
Arch-Tempered
Morrison's,
Uthduna will be
you get this
available for a
character.
limited time.
And then it'll basically
it's
make you
kind
go
of
buy the same
existed in
thing
the
over and
past,
over again.
right?
Huh?
はい、
kind of
ここでコラボ
existed.
ジェスチャーが入手できるイベントクエスチョンについてお知らせしたいと思います。フェンダさんよりモンスターハンター20周年を記念した
I mean, I have to do this because I'm a bard in Monster Hunter.
You got fired from Geek Squad.
テレキャス
No!
ターが3月21日から発売してお
Ah,
り
so
ます
Calandros.
でゲームの方で
Although I probably shouldn't be giving them horrible ideas like that.
のイベントクエ
If
スト
it
を
happens,
クリアす
now
る
chat's
こと
gonna
で
blame me.
こちらのギターが登場するコラボジェスチャーがなんと入手できますということになっております。今回のコラボコラボが決まった時から結構チームの
I'm
ね
sorry to hear that,
いろい
Calandros,
ろ
though.
やってくれていろいろな今回
I hope you get back on your feet.
こだわりがあるんで
See,
すけど
that one I care about
紹介
because
してもらいます。
I know Calandros.
はそのまま
You know,
まず
on a more
3D スキャ
personal
ン
level.
自社で撮れる
That I do care that
その
he's
ま
been
ま
fired.
の形がゲームに出せるようにして使用感
But
とかそういう
random
のをちょ
people
っと
that I
デ
don't
ザイ
know,
ナ
I
ーの
don't
こだ
care.
わりの部分で足してあげたりとかしてまあ実際のこうちょっと
But I'm really sorry to hear about that,
使用感のあ
dude.
るようなまあところまでこだわって再現してますと音自体も実際のサウンドチームの人が演奏してくれて
He was referring to that
そのまま
character.
使ってるんですけどアニメとかもまあそのキャプチャー撮る時もまあサウンドのその演奏者の方にちゃんと指の動きを習って
Oh, okay. I actually thought you lost your
チェッ
job.
クしてもらいながら全部のモーション
My bad, my bad. But you see the difference in my sympathy, right?
なってるんじゃないかなと
My empathy kicks
Oh,
in there.
I also thought you were fine. Yeah, I thought so.
いいですね。
ジェスチャーになるんじゃないかなと
The
思います
Akuma set is really strong.
あれでも
Interesting.
めっちゃ踊ってたんですか
Yeah, I wish
あ
I'd
れも
got the
実際に
Akuma stuff.
ジェスチャーしたら
What, you can't get it anymore?
あれをやってくれるってことですよね
I think no, it's a limit thing, right?
Oh, well, that's why I'm not buying the game.
めっちゃ弾けてたね
もう全然関係なくわもう音もなし
Game just went from a possible 7, 8 out of 10 back down to like a 2 out of 10.
楽しんでもらえたらなと思います
はいみんなぜひジェスチャーやっていただけたらと思います
はい
There will be a range of DLC with this title update as well. There will be 4 kinds of dance gestures as free DLC. And a cosmetic DLC Pack 2 as paid DLC.
So the cool stuff is paid for.
Those with the Premium Deluxe Edition or the Cosmetic DLC Pass will automatically obtain it.
And look, the good dance is the paid one. Okay, so you can get the free dance, but if you want the whole dance, you have to pay for it.
Wait, where have I contradicted that, Bags? Mate, they're like multiplying. They are coming to the lights. Oh, for God's sake, they left the window open. That's
There will
horrible.
also be other DLC not included in packs.
Buy those separately. Give us more money. I want that.
I know you do.
In the summer, there will be a seasonal
Got feet
event
like
called
me,
Festival
tiny.
of Accord Flame Fate. During seasonal events, the decorations
I
and
swear
meals
they
at
look
the
like
Grand
the
Hub will
Amazons.
change. And by playing during the event, you will be able to get limited time only equipment, gestures, pop-up camp decorations,
Buy
and
other
more.
stuff.
Festival of Accord Flame Fate will begin July 23rd. Let's make this summer a hot one to remember.
No, I'm good. I don't need more hot. It's been too hot.
It's going to be 32
ここか
degrees,
らは
33
今後のスケジュー
next
ルに
week.
ついておさらいいたします無料
Really?
タイトルアップデート
Dude,
第
it's hitting
2弾
30 degrees
は
tomorrow.
ご覧の日程で配信予定
Probably
で
not
す
near me.
追加モンス
We're
タ
gonna
ー
melt.
ラギアクルスセルレギオスが登場します
If it's that hot Monday and Tuesday, I'm just
ま
going to
た
not stream.
武器の重ね着装備などシステム追加を予
33
定
degrees
して
is
い
going to
ます
murder me. Unless I can
夏
use
の
my
季
son's
節イベ
aircon.
ント交わりの祭事踊り火の儀を開催します
He's got a
It's
portable
going to be
aircon.
26 here,
イベ
which
ン
is
トクエス
insane,
トにて
actually.
歴戦王ウズトゥナが登場しますフェンダースペシャルコラボのジェスチャーが
Mine?
入手できるイベントクエストを
It would
期
be
間限定で配信します
if I had this game.
はい、今ご紹介、いろいろさせてもらいましたが他にも
Aw,
細か
thank
い
you.
調整とか入ってるところもあるんですよね
I think.
はい
Hey, the Panico goes everywhere I go,
は
so.
ハンマーの調整として新しく、
I use them as
ハンマー総再生移行した後に追撃するモーションというのを追加していますその他もですね、
Distract him,
遊びやすくなる調整っていうのを、各種進めておりますので、詳細はディレクターレターやパッチノートの方をご確
Yeah,
認い
but
ただけれ
Diablo,
ばと思い
England
ます
heat. Everyone says it's different. Even people that everyone. It's funny. It's funny watching Americans like, oh my god, it's so hot here, and then they come to England and they're like, oh, it's so cold, and then realize no,
第2弾の詳しい情報
it's
は
not great.
公式サイトや SNS をご覧くださいタイトルアップデート第
It's the
3弾は
humidity
秋
in
頃
the
に
UK
配信予
that's
定で
bad.
す
Well, not just the humidity. From what
皆様
someone
に
said,
情
it's
報をお
also
届
due
け
to
す
the
る予
fact
定
that
ですので
all
お待ち
of
いた
our
だければ
buildings
と
are
思いま
concrete,
す
so there's no airflow,
本日はこれ
which
に
means
て
it
以
just
上
get
と
the
なり
the
ま
heat
す
just gets stale. It
最
just
後
feels hotter
Yeah,
than
but
it
just leave
is.
your window
の
open,
掛け
right?
声
So
で
just
笑う
No,
と
you
思
don't.
って
That's
おります
worse.
よろしいでしょうか
Don't do that.
はいいきますよせーの
Don't ever do that.
行こうぜ
No, I let
Don't
them
open your windows during a heat wave.
there's some breeze coming in.
No, no,
There
you
is
don't want
for
to do
us.
that. You do not want to open your windows during the heat
If I
wave.
don't, I suffocate.
That does it for today's presentation.
Is that it?
Because that will make it
Thank you
hotter.
for watching. Before you go,
Heat
we'll
opening
be
your
holding a
windows will
survey
actually make
about
it
today's show. Viewers of this broadcast are invited to take part on
Ah!
the Capcom Spotlight
There'll be
website.
some at the end.
Participants
You should
will
not open
receive
your
a free
windows during a
wallpaper
hot
as
heat wave.
thanks.
Okay. You should
A
open it
Capcom
during the
ID is
morning
required to participate.
and at night,
So take this
but not during
opportunity
the
to
day
sign up
itself.
if you haven't already.
Yeah.
We at Capcom are excited to share more news in the future. Please look forward to our next broadcast. See you next time.
Yeah, Woodpit is correct. You should open it at night.
Yeah, no.
And then not during the actual heat wave itself.
No, I open it at night.
Yeah, that's smart. No, I thought you meant like you open it when the sun is up. No.
Now, what I normally do is I open the front door, and then the kitchen, the garden door, and there's like a direct tunnel there
Well,
where it
I
just,
have.
it flows, and so it cools things down a little bit. Okay,
I
so
have
that
two
was
windows that I can open and one that I can't.
that was
because it's
somewhat
not a real
disappointing.
window.
There wasn't much there.
I mean, that was
Just Monster Hunter.
just nothing. There's nothing new really announced. There was just, this is our games you already know about. Enjoy the games that you know about already.
Yep, and I'm gonna have to cut that part of the stream off because they'll demonetize the whole stream. Wonders of YouTube. Did you hear Alex and Garra found out about Pirate Software is a... I mean, fraud is a strong word, right? He just protected
he is
companies. Right. Is he? I don't understand. I don't know what the thing was about. I watched this video.
I thought
4 minutes
something
into
about
it.
making it a live service game, but not really.
Is he? No, he's made a few games. He's made like 2 games now, right? Pirate, and they're both available on Steam. But his views on whether games should, when they're end of service, be allowed to go offline, he says no.
Yeah.
He says they shouldn't go offline. I wouldn't say died. I think it's more like cook. There is a difference. It really helps, right, Brick? You create a kind of wind tunnel, and it makes the world a difference. I mean, you can take the person out of Blizzard, but you can't take the Blizzard out of the person, right?
Yeah.
He did work for Blizzard after all.
Why everyone that worked at Blizzard seemed... okay, most people. I only know one other person that's actually a nice person.
Is there anything else happening in the world of news? Why is everyone surprised that Turn 10 is gonna have layoffs? They made a shit game. It didn't sell. It bombed really hard.
I thought Horizon did okay.
No. No, Horizon's different.
Okay.
Motorsport.
Yeah.
Motorsport is different. That's the thing here. These things are now annoying me. Hold on. You guys have pissed me off enough now for me to actually do something about it. All right, buddy. There is one. Are you gonna run away now? Okay, good for you. one of you live in here. The other one ran away. What can I say? They asked for it. I have a DCG vid, but it's... Yeah. That's the one where he was begging for Xbox to die, right? Pirate was always weird. Yeah, Horizon is a... Oh, you've got another bug in here as well. Horizon is Playground Games, but Turn 10, they made Forza Motorsport, and that bombed hard. I think on launch, that was in the top 500.
It's slightly higher than Fantasy 16. Sorry.
No. And even then, Nibs...
actually, that's doing well now. Like, we joke, but 16 is actually picking up sales on Xbox, right?
Yeah. Nibs actually, you know, he manipulated the story. Like, he went and checked probably like an hour or two. I mean, he checked, like, you know, first he turned around and said, oh, I checked it a few days after the thing, announcement, when everyone was watching it and stuff. And then when people started calling him out, he's like, oh, it can't be that people didn't know about it a few days, and then when they found out, you know, by the weekend, then they started to buy it.
Yeah.
Wait, you can't contradict yourself like that.
Not even just if people found out. There's a huge chance that people just waited till the weekend to buy it.
Yeah, but no, he contradicted himself. He said that this is what it was. All the eyes were on it. And then he turned around and goes, well, you know, it's not like they couldn't, not like everyone knew about it. Wait, 5 minutes ago you said everyone knew about it, and now you're saying it's not just to make sure your data is thing. He clearly looked at the worst possible data he could find to put up there. And then the narcissist turns around and goes that it was thanks to him and him making those tweets that people found out.
Of course he did.
I was like, the guy is a total narcissist. And then he goes, oh, but you could clearly see I was joking. You asked Microsoft for a check. Nothing that guy does. I don't know. I mean, the first week of sales is generally going to indicate to you if people are buying the game or not. If the game's going to be successful financially. Because the first week is usually when the sales happen. If you're looking for the game, that is when your biggest output in sales is going to happen. My dude waited like 2 days after the Shadow Drop. Shadow Drops have no marketing, have no fanfare, nothing. Right? Shadow Drops are bad. Bad business. Shadow dropping stuff is no good. Because you don't give the game any chance to actually properly succeed. The only time Shadow Drops are good is if the game is like $20. If it's $20, then it's cheap. People will take a punt on it. But if you're releasing it at $60, $70, no one's just going to turn around for a Shadow Drop and go, okay, I've got that money right now. That's just not how the real world works. But yeah, Turn 10 screwed up royally with Forza Motorsport. They skipped a whole generation for the game. They said they made the game from ground up, which they didn't because they used the previous game's assets. And then they removed like a third of the features from the game. Like, how do you do that? And then expect everyone to be okay with it? It just doesn't work. Right. Ugh. So is the one where he says, I was right, is that the one that he's begging for Xbox to shut down? Alright, you need to stop right there. Saka got number 2. Hasta la vista, baby. Sorry. Yeah, you should run because you're number 3.
Anyway, I'm going to jump off soon because I'll be honest, I want to play Persona before I go to bed.
Yeah, no worries, man.
Not going to lie.
If Xbox shuts down, the IPs will just go. They'll be free, right? They'll be sold off to whoever wants to buy them.
Yeah.
In order to cover the liquidation cost. But that would mean, like, you know, Microsoft going out of business, unless Microsoft literally just shuts the studios down. That's thing. That's always possible, right? They can always.
Amazon wouldn't buy them, Diablo. Anyway, thank you as always, Chaos, for having me on.
No worries, dude. Yeah, but which one is the one that he was begging Xbox to just die?
Chat, if you haven't done it yet, please hit the subscribe button and hit the like button.
Make
Show
sure
Chaos
before you,
how wonderful he is.
Make sure before you go to plug yourself, dude. Let them know where they can find you because you hit, like, what was it, 10 million views, right?
I wish. Yeah, if you want to find my content, go check out. By the way, warning, the next couple of videos are kind of not great because I found out my audio screwed up, but I'd already recorded everything. Anyway, if you want to check out my videos, please go check out Holified Saying Gaming over on YouTube. I'm at 187 subscribers, I think, now.
So close to 200.
Yeah, I'm getting close to that 200. My goal is 200 by the end of summer. That's the goal. And I've also hit 100k views. So thank you again to everyone for the support. Thank you for the love. And again, thank you to Chaos for everything that he's done to help the channel. Chaos has done a lot behind the scenes to help me out and push me and tell me where I'm going bad. And tell me where I'm going bad. And also other stuff, but still. Please thank you to big shout out to Chaos as always. Thank you so much. And I enjoy being on here. Thank you to everyone for always enjoying that, for having me, you know, chatting with you all in chat. Thank you all. Seriously, you always make me feel welcome. Thank you, everyone. I'll be back in the future, hopefully. Yeah. Until next time, stay safe, everyone. Like and subscribe.
Do I think that Warner Brothers are going to get Sony's going to get Warner Brothers? I don't think so. I think they'll end up buying a stake in them. I am, dude. I'm just seeing if I've got time because it's coming up to midnight. Okay, so we could do. Didn't I do this Rip Xbox one already?
Hey there, gamers. Dreamcast guy here, and we.
That's not supposed to be there. I think I did this one. I'm pretty sure we played. Well, we can do this first one and then I'll react to the other one in a separate video. Let's watch this one and. Although I'm still positive I did react to this one before. Alright. Let's do it. Warner Brothers has some IP, but you know, like I think they got a Mortal Kombat, Batman. You know, basically the non-Marvel IP. All right, let's see what's going on here. Oh, you need to move away from my field of vision. I was about to have you exterminated too. All right, he seems really energetic. He wants to go. He's like, yeah. All right, let's go.
Hey there, gamers. Dreamcast guy here, and we have some breaking news that is extremely bad.
Harry Potter as well, yeah.
Xbox is just dead. There's not a fancy, nice way to say that. They have just alerted employees that Xbox is doing mass layoffs, studio closures. Hundreds, if not thousands of people are basically told, pack your desk and get out.
None of that has actually happened, by the way. None of that has actually happened. The layoffs are still assumptions, and the figures are ranging from, some say 500 to 2,000, 1,000 to 2,000. So no one actually knows. Turn 10 actually, you know, closing would be a self-claimed prophecy, because they literally did it to themselves. So that I get. But, you know, the finance team, the marketing team, the legal teams downsizing has nothing to do with Xbox. But it's in the Xbox team, but nothing to do with gaming. Like, I don't understand. Like, we're 20 seconds in, and he's being very pedantic already.
But it's also more than that. At the same time, Xbox is about to start selling. They're going to stop selling pretty much all Xboxes in Europe. They're pulling out of the entire market.
That's literally not what they said. They're restructuring. That doesn't mean that they're pulling out. I don't think it is, Calendros. Because now it sounds like, "Oh, hey, mateys!" Right? It looks like he's trying to speak it out quite loudly.
The Xbox is so dead. I'm still kind of trying to mentally digest this. This leak just came out. They're telling a bunch of the employees. The employees are talking to the press, and everybody is kind of freaking out. And I wanted to talk about this with you guys because this is just so impossibly strange. The original Xbox came out back when I was in high school, and it was fantastic. The original Xbox, playing Halo, the launch of the Xbox 360, and playing Oblivion and Morrowind, and then finally getting a chance to have chainsaws and Gears of War and stuff like that. Old school Xbox was just such a juggernaut. I never imagined that one day it would just die in a random June with a wet fart tweet, basically. But let's talk, because
I want to see what this tweet is.
Xbox will continue to exist for a bit, but this is definitely signaling the end of the end. Let's get into it. Hi, hope you're having a great day. I am Dreamcast Guy, and if you could please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. Now, in certain parts of the world, certain areas, there's like these labor rights laws where before you start to fire people, before you start to basically close stuff down, you have to legally warn people. You can't just say, hey, pack your stuff and get out. You actually do have to say, hey, maybe use your insurance, maybe file for unemployment.
All right, listen, just hear me out, right? Hear me out. Just hear me out, okay? And tell me, like, in the world of possibilities, is this possible? So you've got Plant A, Plant B, Plant C, and Plant D. They're working roughly at 30% capacity each. Right? Or let's say 60% capacity each. Would it not be smart to kind of downsize one of them and take their production and bring it over to the other three so you can maximize stuff there? I mean, restructuring is a big term. It's a very broad term. It often leads to layoffs, that's true. But it also means that they are streamlining stuff. So what I just said there, how is that an indication? I mean, like, what I'm saying here has way more logic and way more plausibility than literally anything he said in the first 2 minutes.
And that's where a lot of this stuff is coming from, is that these people are getting the legal warnings that stuff is about to basically just be insta-shut. But here it is. Here's the first part of it that honestly is even more mind-blowing. We're going to get into the mass layoffs here in a second, but I want to start with this because this is probably the thing that I feel like really signals how much they've shot themselves in the foot. Microsoft is restructuring its Xbox division across Central Europe, resulting in some Xbox operations ceasing in some regions. Now, they've used this PR speak before. You guys know this. I hate PR speak. I feel like just say it normal. Just say, hey, Xboxes aren't selling. We've decided to stop even trying. So,
but if that's the case, why are they making a new one? I mean, I get the series consoles haven't sold as well as they could, but then when you can play Xbox everywhere and anywhere with Game Pass as well, you know, it's not going to sell. It's just the thing. So I'm not seeing the doom and gloom here, right? If I tell you you can play your Xbox on a fridge with a controller and it looks amazing, and you go and play it on your fridge, you might not want to spend 500 quid on a console. You'll play it on your fridge. I know that's a really, really out of the example, but you get the point I'm trying to make. The sales of the console will go down when you turn around and tell people you don't need a console to play your games. Right? It literally doesn't make sense. Exactly, Paris. Right? DCG doing what he does best. Xbox doing. When you come out and start saying, you know, you don't need an Xbox to play Xbox. You can play it on your TV. You can play it on your handheld. You can play it on your phone. And people are playing it on their phone. I played the Final Fantasy Pixel Remasters on my phone because they're simple to play. And I get, half an hour in here, 20 minutes in there. You've got save states. It's fine. I don't play those games on my TV. It's just something I play on the side. The Pixel Remasters. Or I play them on my Steam Deck. Whatever. The bottom line is, it's like, when you don't need the console, they're not going to sell as much.
Right now, there's huge chunks of the world where you couldn't even hand out Xboxes on a street corner. Most of Asia, lots of China, Europe, a lot of...
Alright, so China, Japan has never been a strong place for Xbox. I don't think I'm ever going to be able to get a freeze frame where he actually looks normal. But that aside, OG Xbox was non-existent in the Far East. The 360 was pretty much non-existent in the Far East. Xbox One was pretty much non-existent in the Far East. It goes to, credit that the series consoles are almost non-existent in the Far East. And, going back to something that Paris said a long time ago in one of his videos, by closing Tango, that one gateway you had into the Far East, you kind of took it down. You you removed that one method of entry into it by getting rid of them. So it's clear that Microsoft just doesn't care about the Far East. I know that might sound bad, but it's just the way it is. I know they're aware that their fans want games from there, but they just don't care. If they cared, they would have made way more of an effort by now to actually show that they care. In the 360 days, they were getting RPGs quite a lot. Lost Odyssey, Blue Dragon, and these games were good games. And then suddenly they just said, right, that's it. We just don't want to try anymore.
Places like Japan and stuff, they're just not buying Xboxes. But historically, Europe was one of the main places. That's actually like 95% of all Xbox consoles sold were the United States and Central Europe. This is where they made their money.
And realistically speaking, it was like, what, give or take 80% in the United States, 20% in Central Europe, and most of that was in the UK as well.
So the fact that now they're just abandoning the market, that to me signals the fact that they're probably shipping those systems to warehouses and stuff in Europe and selling single-digit units a month. It's just...
Nope. What that tells me is that Xbox 2026 is a go, and production has started, so they're getting rid of the stock that they have for the Series X and saying hello to Xbox Prime. That's what that tells me. I don't know what it tells you guys, but that's what this is telling me. Goodbye, Series X. Hello, Xbox Prime. Why continue to manufacture Series X's, which for all intents and purposes isn't selling well, when you could start manufacturing and getting the production in place for the next Xbox, which by all intents and purposes could launch next year. Does it make sense to continue to manufacture Series X consoles, which aren't really selling? Like, come on, you have to literally be brain dead to have that kind of thought process.
Not worth the millions and millions of dollars they've invested into that region. So this is more than just, oh, maybe we'll sell them online. I think this is just them saying straight up, we are giving up. I want to take a look at the replies here. Oh, this is an Xbox. The death of the Xbox console. Now, this person brings up the Middle East. This is an interesting point because recently Microsoft did something similar in the Middle East where the brand is just non-existent. If you walk into a Best Buy in Dubai or something like that and say, hey, I want an Xbox, they're going to laugh in your face. They're just going to say, I don't know, buddy, go to eBay. You just can't.
That's not true. Multiple people who live in the Middle East have actually corroborated that you can go into stores and buy Xboxes. So he's lying again.
Can't really get that stuff there. It's that everybody there is either playing PlayStation, playing PC, or playing the Nintendo Switch 2. This is wild. It does make sense. Xbox is dead in many European countries. This is just so wild. Xbox is dead in Asian markets, it's dead in Europe, and it's slowly dying in the United States. It's still just weird to think about the fact that going from all these acquisitions, buying stuff like Activision for tens of billions of dollars, buying Bethesda, doing all this stuff, only to instantly fail, it's wild.
Fail what? They're making more money now than they ever did. Is that the definition of failure? Now, don't get me wrong, I don't give two craps about how much money a $1 trillion company makes. But realistically, if you are making more money now than you was before, how is that a failure? Because I must have done business and economics really bad in school. Or maybe the meth is just finally getting to him and he's really waiting for something to go into that mouth. Maybe Jim Ryan. I don't know. But seriously? Making more money is bad? Is that how this is? Is that how this works? Anyone? Is that really how this works? Making more money makes you a failure. Because if that's what we're saying, then considering Sony just made their highest ever profits with the PS5, that means that they are now a colossal failure based on the Dreamcast guy, right? I mean, this is literally their worst ever year based on the criteria he just set. Right? It doesn't make sense, right? If you're making more money, you're a failure. So that means the PS5 is a catastrophic failure. It's literally the worst, generation for Sony that ever existed based on what he just said. Because making more money is bad. Making less money is good.
Wild to watch how quickly Microsoft went from doing a victory lap and trying to buy their way to success to just telling everybody, all right, we quit, we give up, you win. Now, here's the other part of it that's extra crazy. Microsoft is planning major job cuts at the Xbox gaming division. Managers within Xbox are expecting substantial cuts to the entire group. Now, the reason this phrase, the entire group, is so important is because typically when you do a merger, when you buy a studio, there is some amount of layoffs. Even when PlayStation bought Bungie and stuff, typically you do a thing where you how did I phrase it? You cut the redundancies. You buy a studio, they've got a marketing department, or they have a really big accounting department. You don't need that anymore because now...
Right. And in the final year that Microsoft were in the process of buying ABK, Bobby Kotick hired 7,000 new staff. Additional staff that Microsoft doesn't need. So that's 7,000 layoffs that are going to happen. But Bobby Kotick, in order to get Call of Duty over the line, hired 7,000 more people to get the projects in a place where he could release them and end the contracts that he had with Sony. So we're already looking at a substantial set, up to 7,000 members of staff that should never have been employed, that wasn't even known to by Microsoft, that are going to be let go. I mean, this is all common sense, by the way. This is all readily available information. And this is why I've been saying all along that when it comes to him, he's just playing the game. He knows that what he is saying is so full of bullshit that he probably goes and puts soap down his mouth after every video he makes, because even he probably can't look himself in the mirror with just how much he's lying on screen, right? He probably looks at himself and goes, I don't know how much more of this I can do, but I need to pay rent, so I have to do it. I have to lie to my audience and continue lying just so I can get the views. That's it. There's no other explanation.
Now you're moving them in-house. PlayStation has their own marketing department. PlayStation has their own accountants and stuff. That's the kind of thing where typically they say, we're cutting the redundancies. But in this case, cutting the entire group says, this means shutting down studios. This means mass layoffs. This means people are straight up going to be gone. And it's weird because...
Okay. If a tick... So if you're made redundant or laid off, which one is you're straight gone? Does it apply to redundancies? Would you be straight gone if you were made redundant, or would you be straight gone if you lost your job because they closed the studio down and they let you go due to a layoff? Or option C, it doesn't matter if you're made redundant or laid off, you're straight gone anyway. What's he trying to do there with that wordplay? Like, where is he going with that? Because as far as I'm concerned, if you're made redundant, you've lost your job. If you've been laid off, you've lost your job. So both lead to the same exit. You're straight gone. So why is he trying to add, you know, a kind of adding to one as opposed to the other? And if a studio has done bad and they've flopped hard, then questions need to be asked. Although I do agree that those questions need to be asked to the management and not the staff, because, you know, it starts from the top, right? Leadership is the one that maintains that project. They're the ones that should be held accountable, and then it goes down the train. But normally it's always the grunts that get hit.
It has been almost exactly 1 year since the massive closures of last year. In May of 2024 is when they shut down stuff like Tango, which is the people that did Evil Within and Hi-Fi Rush. It's when they shut down Arcane Austin, the people that did Dishonored and Redfall and stuff like that. So the fact that 1 year later...
Wait, so... Yeah, I'm not even going to bother.
Later, they're doing even more mass firings. I hate to make guesses, but I'm pretty sure I'm right. I think they're about to fire Ninja Theory, which is all the people that made Hellblade. I think they're all getting the boot. I think they're going to fire...
Why is Ninja Theory going to be gone? They've literally been given the green light to make another game. They're literally working on another game that Microsoft approved. I will be very, very surprised if Ninja Theory get the boot. I will not be surprised if Turn 10 get the boot, because after the colossal failure of Forza Motorsport, the writing was on the wall. Because that flopped hard. Like, there's no defending that. Hey, Talos. There's no sugarcoating that. That game flopped hard.
Pretty much everybody that's not making the most peak, well, top selling stuff. And I don't just mean top subscription generators, I mean top selling stuff. At this point, I think it's pretty obvious, maybe I'm being sort of mean here, that obviously Game Pass has been a catastrophic failure. I've been talking about...
Game Pass brings in $6 billion a year gross revenue. $6 billion. Is it 6 billion or is it 6 million? I can't remember. But it brings in a lot of money. And that's like, you know, guaranteed revenue that they're looking at. How is that? Mate, I swear for a bunch of fans that talk about sales and how important it is, they're just gonna disregard the amount of money Game Pass makes. I mean, I'll agree to a degree that because of Game Pass, you don't buy as many games on the platform. I agree. Do you know why I agree? Because I'm part of that, right? If a game isn't on Game Pass, I will buy it. I bought Metaphor day one. It's not on Game Pass. But if it's on Game Pass, then why do I need to buy it? I'm paying for it as part of my subscription. You know, I've got Netflix. I don't go and buy a movie after I've watched it on Netflix. There ain't no point. Now release a really good collector's edition, and I'm all over it. Starfield, Indiana Jones, I'm all over it, man. You just saw Luna. I really like that collector's edition. I want it. So release a good collector's edition. You have my money. But really, that's going to be the only way that I'm actually going to do it, unless it's a franchise that is dear to me, that releases physical, that I would want to go buy the game again. But otherwise, the difference between digital or Game Pass, they're both digital. Why would I buy the same thing? Makes no sense. Metaphor was recently added. Yeah, but I mean, it wasn't there day one, and I wanted to play it day one, and I didn't. I still haven't played it, but I bought it day one, and because it wasn't on there. So if a game isn't on Game Pass, I will buy it. But if the game is on Game Pass, then I've got no reason really to buy it. And I mean, just look at what Mooch's stream said, right? You had Nibs agreeing, you had Mooch agreeing, all of them in there. That wacky guy as well, I forgot his name now. And, you know, Nibs came out and said, I've had Game Pass since the beginning. I haven't bought a PlayStation, an Xbox game since, because I don't need to. It's on Game Pass. I don't need to buy it. So why is it like, you know, when they turn around and say Xbox gamers don't buy games, I mean, he's openly saying that he has no reason to buy the game because it's on Game Pass. So why is it different to Xbox gamers? What makes him special having the subscription and not needing to buy the game compared to other people who have got the subscription and want to buy the game? It doesn't make any sense. It literally doesn't make any sense.
About this for years, and people always get mad at the comment section, but you just cannot get enough subscribers.
I would, Devin. I actually would, just to memorialize my suffering.
Making games is so damn expensive. Making games costs hundreds of millions of dollars of research and development and just marketing and Super Bowl commercials. It is so expensive. You can't just get 10 million or 20 million people paying $10 a month. That just does not break even. Clearly, Microsoft has realized if we cannot get people to buy games, even if it is on PC or on PlayStation, we need people to buy games, not just subscribe, buy games. And at this point, they're just laying everybody off because a lot of these projects are still expensive, not generating any revenue and not getting any upfront sales at all. God, I want to scroll down here. Let me see what some of the replies here are. Oh yeah, of course, a lot of memes about Xbox Defenders.
Wait, Paris, they really don't like
it. It's just more layoffs. Jason Schreier, whenever there's bad news in the gaming industry, oh god, not surprised. They just slap a logo on anything. This is the thing, is that right before this, they announced another, this is an Xbox, it's the Meta Quest. No hardware problems when you can put an Xbox logo and Xbox buttons wherever you want. This is the thing, is I do think that if you look at the numbers, they have cut almost 3,000 people just last year. This talk about, oh, we're trying to ensure the
Right, they cut 2,790 jobs, right? PlayStation, in contrast, has laid off between 1,500 to 2,000 jobs, right? But remember what I said a little while ago with Bobby Kotick having hired around 7,000 members of staff within the final year that he really shouldn't have done, and that Microsoft was going to have to get rid of these people at some point, right? Because they were surplus to requirement. They weren't needed. He just brought them in for the sole purpose of, you know, getting a job done in a short period of time. And I wonder how many of these people are actually contractors that they are laying off, right? Because contractors could be there for 6 months, for 9 months, but they can't be there for more than 18 months. That is the Microsoft way. So how many of these people that are being laid off are actually contractors just being told your contract is up, you need to go, you're not getting renewed? Like, none of this nuance is known. It's all just doom and gloom without any information. But look at it. If Amazon laid off 15,000 people, which they've done in the past, not a single one of these people cared. If Google lays off 10,000 people, no one cares. Right? Alibaba could lay off 50,000 people and no one cares. But if Microsoft lays off 3 people, every single person will come down and start questioning why those 3 people are being let go. They won't care about the 10, 15, or 50,000 that just got laid off 5 minutes ago. What they will focus on is that 3 people. Because at the bottom and end of the line, it's all about they hate Xbox. And making these videos gets them views. And that's it. Because they have enough of a following. But when you're looking at it, these people have Xboxes, they've got Game Pass, and they're criticizing Game Pass. Well, if you think Game Pass is such a shit service, why don't you unsubscribe and go buy those Xbox games? Oh, no, they wouldn't do that. No, they wouldn't do that. Why would they want to spend more money?
Acquisition of Activision Blizzard, it'll benefit the company and the broader labor market. Video games will be better when we buy everything. It just shows the fact that, honestly, this is just not going to work. I kind of admire the fact that Xbox had a good catchphrase, the best deal in gaming. I think the idea behind Game Pass, it was functional for a time. The idea of, hey, you get $70 games for $10. That sounds fantastic, right? But it just was never actually going to last. It was always...
Who gets it for $10? I mean, I guess maybe if you're on PC. Maybe isn't PC Game Pass more expensive than $10? So even here, he's using figures to actually show a bigger gap or bridge a bigger gap than there actually is.
It's going to be this problem where even if you're getting a good deal, even if it's good for the gamers, it's not going to pan out in the long run. Oh, God. This will be the 4th big layoff of Xbox in the last 18 months, following 3 major cuts and the closure of several studios. Xbox is dead. You can spin it, you can phrase it, you can try to put some flowers on it, but at this point, I do think that most of the Xbox defenders have given up and bought a PlayStation 5 Pro, but to the last 10 people that are still ride or die for Team Green, man, it's time. It's time to hang it up, brothers.
So if it's time to hang it up, does this mean that you're never going to make another video based on Xbox is dead? I mean, I think it's been like, what, 4 years now that you've been making these videos? And I mean, you probably have to be the worst person on the planet with these predictions. I mean, I get it. If you throw, enough shit on the wall, eventually something's going to stick, but good Lord. How many studios Sony has closed again? Exactly. I think they've closed like 4 or 5. Like, this guy is, I mean, he often cries about why he gets so much hate. Pathological liars, which is basically what he is. It's, it's going to do that. Right? If you're feeding into something that isn't true, you're going to get a lot of a lot of pushback. That's just how it is. It's just bad. It's just bad. I mean, the amount of lying that he does and he tries to make himself look like the victim in everything he does as well. It's just really disappointing for a grown man to be doing this. You have to wonder just who hurt him, or what did Microsoft do to hurt him? I don't know, man. Hey, man, this you call him a clown, but you know he's got 250k subscribers. He's doing good for himself with all of the stuff that he's just spouting out for no reason. Getting 28k views a video, he's doing good for himself. So clearly, it's working, and he will continue to lie and deceive and cheat as long as he's getting the clicks. If they stopped and the views stopped, I guarantee you he'll pivot to something else. Don't you remember when he was saying the Switch 2 is dead? He was saying the Switch 2 is dead, like, because the new Xbox news was quiet, but now it's gone to thing. They love me because they can't stop talking about me. I know, right? I know. But yeah, these people are just really special. Really, really special. But I guess there's a part 2 to this, so I'll probably react to that offline and post that as well. He has already admitted to me he does it for money. I'm not surprised, Paris. Like, in the gacha, like I was saying in my previous stream, in the gacha world, there's a couple of people that I speak to quite regularly. And there's a game that I play, one in particular, called Tower of Fantasy. It's not like the greatest game financially, and, you know, they did have a rough start when they did. But every time that news is slow, they will make a Tower of Fantasy video deliberately bad-mouthing it because it will get the community that basically likes the game to go after him. And what that does in turn is gets him views, it gets him a good click-through rate, and he basically profits off what's going on here. And this is no different. It's exactly the same thing. He doesn't believe, and the person that I know also doesn't believe what he's saying, but he says he does it because people keep on watching and it gets him content. That's it. There's no way you can be this stupid and actually believe it. There's just no way that he can be this stupid. Because let's be real. If Xbox decided to close shop today, let's just say Xbox today decided that we're going to close shop, we're done, we're selling everything. He'll have content for what? 2 weeks? Maybe 3. And this goes for the majority of the PlayStation podcasts out there. What are they going to talk about? Mooch, for 90% of the time, talks about Xbox and Game Pass. He talks about Xbox non-stop. What are they actually going to talk about? They'll all disappear within 3 months. That's why when I'm talking about stuff, I usually broaden it out to other topics, other, games all round. I'm not just focusing on one thing. Because if you do that, you're literally pigeonholing you into this. He needs Xbox to exist. Otherwise, he ain't paying rent. And like Talos says there, a video is going to come out saying that my channel is dead. Right? He needs them to exist. But yeah, he doesn't believe what he's saying. There's no way he does. Dude, it's like me. I'm gonna be honest with, regardless of what the topic is, and some people like it, some people don't. But I'll be honest with what my view is, and that's it. Some people don't like the fact that I actually like, there's certain PlayStation games that I really like Returnal. I think is phenomenal, one of the best PS5 games out there. But some people don't like the fact that I like it, and that's just tough. It's what it is, man. I'm not gonna start, lying and bashing and cheating stuff. Right? I'm just not going to do that. It just doesn't make sense. Yeah, Brick, they're the same. They don't actually hate those games. I can tell you firsthand. They don't hate them. They just do it because it's quiet week. So they need something to keep the algorithm going, to keep the views coming. So they release one of those videos on a quiet week. Just look at when they actually release those videos. It will generally be when it's quiet, and it is just to keep it going. Hellas, I've been buying multi-platform since like the PS1 days, right? PS1, Sega Saturn, PS2, Xbox, Dreamcast, PS3, Xbox One, 360. I've always bought every platform. GameCube. I've had almost all iterations of the Game Boy, 3DS. I didn't bother with the 2DS, but I just buy everything so I don't have to worry about whether I can play those games or not. They have a hate burner. But this, they need to. This is kind of cool what they've done. I think it's really cool, and the way it actually works is you just go in, you pick a game, it says play, and off you go. I think this is really, really damn cool. But what they need to do is add some categories for me to be able to put games in. There is no categories for this, folks. No categories, and they need to fix that. It's a simple quality of life fix. Just let me create categories like you can on other launchers, so I can put the games that I want to play and leave the uncredited ones there. Right now, this is not the most pleasing thing to look at. But it's cool seeing the PlayStation games there, right? And you're going to see that on your Xbox Ally. So it's going to be good. But it is only your installed games, so I do wonder when the next Xbox comes out, will the Steam store be there? I assume it will be, because it says other launchers. Or will it be this aggregated design where you buy it from the Steam store externally, and then it will just appear in your catalog for you to play? I wonder if Microsoft will add that barrier to it. Time will tell with that one. Time will tell. But that's an interesting one to think about, especially with the way this has all gone up. This is just phase one, mind you. They might be doing that going forward anyway with the new UI that they're working on the Xbox LIX. So I haven't seen the UI like in full motion myself. So that might be already what they're doing. But interesting nonetheless. Yeah, like folders, Brick. Where you can just say like, you'll have like a folder here that says RPGs, and you put all your RPGs into it, and you click on it, and you'll just have a list of all the RPGs you want. And then you'll have like puzzle games, and then you'll put all the puzzle games into it, and then you click on it, and it will just list you all the puzzle games. It's just way more organized if you do that. I know there's like a genre thing up here, but sometimes people just would like to see that stuff here and have their own control over it. Yeah. Yeah, but I think they need something here as well on the left-hand side. I know you've got that over there because I can see it on my screen right now, on my one. I just think, I mean, you've got genres and it's limited to what it can have. Like for example, I might want to have a category playing now, playing when I stream games. You know, chill games. You can't create those with the filters that they have. It's very limited in what you can actually do. So it just needs a option for you to be able to create the stuff that you want. You can also have it as installed. Not most recent, but you can have it as installed as well. But it just needs to add functionality, which is not difficult. Trust me, it's just a table. They've literally got a contents table in there, and it's just, you know, you just create a folder that then it creates its own div container, and then you work from there. It's really not that difficult. Oh, if I did that, my desktop, I wouldn't have anything on my desktop other than those shortcuts. I can't be doing that. That would send me nuts. It will, Devastator. It will. But you know what? On that note, it is 12:30 again. Do you know what? I actually was worried that I wouldn't have enough content for today to talk about, or to actually get through the day. And it ends up, we're back at 1 a.m. again, folks. So I am going to call it there. And fair warning, if it's really hot on Monday and Tuesday, I might not be streaming. It really depends on the temperature. 30 plus, and I might just call it off. Really depends if I can get the aircon into the room or not. But otherwise, I might be doing something on Saturday. I need to get some more Death Stranding 2 gameplay in, and you guys can check out just how badly I am playing that game. I am awful. But you know what? I'm enjoying it. And hopefully, if I can stream it, then you guys can just see how bad I really am. Alright, folks. That's it. Have a good one, and I will see you all in the next stream, or you can catch me on the next video. Right, peace out. Yeah, I definitely need to get good. I'm out, folks. Remain legend, and thank you so much to the gifted memberships and the super chats. I appreciate you all. Thank you. Bye. Chaos Prime is the best.